Welcome to another Vixavon romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixavon offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixavon Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Olivia. 2 lamb, 1 chicken, 1 beef. I call out, snatching the order docket from the machine as soon as it prints. Yes, chef, comes the immediate reply from my staff. I keep a close eye on Jenna in particular, and am happy to see she doesn't look up when she answers this time. Good. I think with a proud smile, watching as she stirs a simmering pepper sauce, sending a heavenly aroma through the kitchen. She's finally getting the hang of it. Another docket prints, just as 2 plates from an earlier order slide up onto the stainless steel countertop, ready for my quality control. 1 vegetarian, 1 fish, I call out from the docket. At the same time I'm casting an eye over the plates. They look good, and I decide it's about time to do the rounds in the dining room. I make it a point to do this when I can, even though I'd much rather stay back here in the chaotic, vibrant, bustling clockwork of my kitchen than be out there making small talk. But the patrons always get a kick out of a visit from the owner, and when the feedback is positive, it makes me feel on top of the world. Besides, tonight's relatively quiet, and the kitchen is more than capable of running on its own. Jenna, I call, motioning for her to come over. You're calling orders now. I can see the terror in her eyes, but she nods anyway. I shoot her a reassuring smile. It's a quiet night, don't stress. You'll be fine. Yes, chef, she replies. And thanks, Olivia, she adds quietly. I give her a soft clap on the shoulder as she comes around to my side of the counter, and I grab the 2 plates to deliver myself. As predicted, the whole dining room turns to look at me as I make my way across the floor in full chef's garb. I like to tell myself it's the patron who gets a kick out of this, but I have to admit, I don't mind it so much either, at least this part of it. It's not often a Black woman gets looked at with this kind of awe, and I relish every minute of it. I should. I earned it after all. Here you are, I say with a smile as I approach a young couple at the window table and place their meals down. I'm Olivia, and this is my place. I hope you have a wonderful meal, and if there's anything we can do for you to make this night a special one, please don't hesitate to let us know. Thank you so much, says the woman, smiling at me and then looking eagerly at the fish I just set down in front of her. This smells and looks incredible. I give a little bow of gratitude before leaving them to their meal, but inside I'm brimming with pride. This is the reason I got into the restaurant business, to bring people joy through my food. I gave up everything to follow this dream, and it's moments like this that remind me it was all worth it. Hi, folks, I say, approaching a table of 4 with the same warm, welcoming smile. I hope you're enjoying your evening so far. They haven't received their meals yet, but I can see they're already well into an expensive bottle of red wine. Oh, very much, replies one man, an older guy with wisps of white hair peppering his otherwise dark gray crop. He has a warm but refined vibe to him, and as he lifts his glass, I understand why. This Becker estate is a wonderful vintage, he tells me with a voice that says he knows what he's talking about. I get the feeling we're going to need another before long. But tell me, do you have anything from the St. Clair estate? I was just telling my friends about their 2004 Cabernet Sauvignon, and you would absolutely make my night if you have it. The man looks up at me with a hopeful smile, but my chest feels like it's about to turn to ice. Luckily, I managed to pull myself out of the sudden daze that the name St. Clair always brings up in me and get on with the interaction as a restaurant owner should. I'm afraid we don't carry St. Clair here, I tell him, forcing an apologetic smile. But may I suggest the 2006 Truchard Cabernet Sauvignon? Like the 2004 St. Clair? It's a dry wine, with smoky notes and gritty tannins. The words make me feel almost nauseous, but I manage to keep it together for long enough to get through the rest of the conversation before heading to the wine rack. Not that I want to be there staring at the very thing that reminds me of Damien St. Clair, but it's inevitable that in this business I'm going to be reminded of my ex from time to time. As I ran my fingers along the bottles looking for the Truchard, I can't help but remember the days before everything got so complicated, before I found out he wasn't just some regular waiter, but heir to the St. Clair wine fortune, before his parents kicked up a fuss about him working a job that was supposedly far beneath him, before I understood I would never be welcome in their world, before I figured out I didn't really have a chance with him in the first place. Back before all that, he was just Damien, the man that made me laugh, who charmed me every night that we waited tables together until I agreed to go out with him. The man who held my hand on that first date and told me how beautiful he thought I was. I catch myself thinking these thoughts and shake my head, as if trying to loosen the memories from my mind. I realize I'm daydreaming, and it annoys me that just the mention of his name can still get under my skin like that. I left that life behind, severed those ties when I chose to go to France and study culinary arts instead of having my heart broken by a guy way out of my league, at least from his parents' perspective. There's no room for that in my head anymore. I find the Truchard and manage to deliver it to the table with the kind of hospitality my customers deserve, warm smile and all. But as I walk back to the kitchen, I feel the smile fade, and by the time I get back to calling orders, I'm well and truly grumpy. "Isaac," I call to my sous chef. "Where are the orders for table 4? They're on their second bottle of wine and still haven't eaten. Do you think we're running a bar here or a restaurant?" "Relax," he calls back, frowning over a flaming pan. "They're already on the counter." I look over just as one of the waiters whisks away the plates, but I'm not in the mood to be spoken down to by an employee. "What was that?" I ask, making my way around the counter and into the kitchen proper. In my voice is a warning. "Olivia," he says, and I hear the exasperation in his voice. He doesn't even look up from what he's doing. "I'm running the kitchen. I'm getting out the orders. What more do you want?" I'm about to tell him I want his respect rather than his attitude when I feel a tap on my shoulder. "Olivia?" comes Jenna's voice. I turn to see her, looking up at me with concern in her eyes. The expression deflates me, and she gestures with her head that we should step aside. "Are you okay?" she asks, laying a hand on my arm. "You seemed really happy when you left. Did something happen?" I sigh. Jenna might be my mentee, but she's also my friend, and that means she's very good at reading me. It's that kind of attentiveness that gives me assurance she'll be a great chef one day, and it makes her a great friend now. "It's Damien," I tell her. Jenna makes a face. "Like your ex, Damien." I nod. "I mean, it's nothing really, but one of the patrons started talking about St. Clair wine, and it really got to me." I take a deep breath, feeling the ache in my chest where love used to be. "It still hurts to think about him," I admit. Jenna nods. "I know you really loved him," she commiserates. "But you left him for a reason. You told me it would never have worked, right? And that was, what, 10 years ago?" I nod, knowing how silly it must sound to be lamenting over something that happened so long ago, not to mention something that I chose. I could have tried to force my way into his fancy wine mogul family, but I had to be realistic. At least that's what I've spent the last 10 years telling myself. "I know I'm a lot younger than you, so maybe my advice means nothing," Jenna tells me gently. "But if you ask me, I think you need to look ahead. The past is done, and look at everything you've achieved since then." She gestures around us with a grin. So what if someone asked for a St. Clair? It's just wine. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. I manage a smile. You know, you're pretty wise, I tell her. Are you sure you're not like a reincarnation of some guru or something? Jenna laughs, and with a gentle smile, I usher her back into the kitchen. Another order docket prints just as we get there, and soon I'm back to calling orders. My mind is once again filled with things other than Damien's saint, Claire, even if a dull ache still lingers in my chest.
Chapter 2. Damien. Not a lot of people would get a thrill upon arriving in the city of Baltimore. It's not exactly the most interesting or culturally relevant city in America, nor is it really the kind of playground you'd expect for a millionaire wine mogul to get excited about. But that's exactly what I feel as I step out of the town car to the view of my new apartment building. It's a flashy new building in the heart of the city, all steel and glass, but I already know the interior is tastefully designed with hardwood accents to soften the modern exterior. It's an aesthetic I appreciate and one I plan on using for my latest venture. Not bad, I say, turning to grin at Luke, who's climbing out of the car behind me. Now, if I can just find a restaurant to go with this place, we'll be in business. He doesn't match my enthusiasm, but we've been friends long enough that I know what he's thinking before he even says it, especially since he's said it about 100 times already. Don't worry about my parents, I tell him as we make our way into the building, our porter following. They'll come around. Even if they don't, I think. It doesn't matter. They're as good as 1,000,000 miles away, and I'm finally doing what I want. I don't want to waste a moment, and as soon as our things are dropped inside, I turn right back around. It's just after lunchtime. The perfect time for a scouting mission. Where are you going? Luke asks from where he's dropped down on the couch. I think you mean, where are we going? I correct with a grin. And I'm pretty sure you already know the answer to that. Well, it's either scouting restaurants or trying to win your ex back, he says with a groan. But he doesn't move from the couch. And you already know both of those are bad ideas. Any other day, those words would sting. But today is my first day in my new home, away from my controlling family and unshackled from the responsibilities of overseeing the St. Clair vineyards. I'm forging my own path now, and even though I have enough money that I could have chosen anywhere to set up my new business venture, I've chosen to be here in Baltimore. And there's a good reason for that. Olivia, I begin, and a hint of tenderness seeps into my voice at the thought of her. We'll come later. I'm not ready to see her yet. The image of her face flashes in my mind, her beautiful dark skin, her hair cascading down her back or else pulled up into a messy bun, her brown eyes twinkling as she laughs. That was always my favorite thing. Her laugh. Something I tried to draw out of her any chance I got. So, restaurant scouting then? Luke asks, breaking my concentration. Exactly, I say, coming back to the moment. Ready? Luke groans again, but he gets off the couch. Did I ever tell you what a supportive friend you are? I ask as we make our way out the door. Hey, I'm here, aren't I? He quips back, and this time he breaks a smile. And don't get me wrong, I want this all to work out, but I've known you a long time, which means I've known your parents a long time, which means I know how this is going to end. Ah, yes, I reply with mock reverence. I forgot you were the St. Clair whisperer. Luke shoots me a mock withering look as we make our way back out onto the sidewalk to hail a cab. One appears almost instantaneously. Take us down Broadway, I tell the cabbie as we climb in. I already know the area I want to open up the restaurant in and can already see the place on opening day. It's going to be perfect. In my mind's eye, I envision the guest of honor entering the place, that now long-lost smile brightening her face as she steps in on my arm. The image is a beautiful one, but I've no idea if it will even work. It's been so long since Olivia was in my life. I don't even know if she's the same person anymore. Hell, I don't even know for sure if she's single, and the thought of that scares me a little. But I've spent the last 10 years regretting that I let her slip away. I'm not going to let that happen again if I can help it. So what's the plan exactly? Luke asks as we speed through the streets of Baltimore and into the restaurant district. Like I said, we check out a couple of places, get a feel for the area, and set up some viewings. By the end of the week, I should be able to get started on the fun part, I say with a smile. Right. You think you can handle this on your own? I can only stay a few days, you know? Also, what part of that makes you think your parents will come around? Luke asks. The cab turns onto Broadway, and the driver interrupts to ask us where we want to be dropped. Here's fine, I tell him. We exit the car in front of a strip of restaurants, some of them fine dining, others traditional cuisine. I can't help but grin. I know I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to the restaurant business. My expertise is wine, not food. But that doesn't matter right now. All I want is to start afresh. So my parents will come around, I tell Luke as we walk, peering into restaurant windows as we go. Because I'll be sure to feature their wines in the new restaurant. It makes perfect sense. Even they can't argue with that logic. Luke shoots me another look as we pass a high-end Japanese place. They can and they will, he tells me. And from what you told me, they already have. I wave a hand dismissively. It'll be fine, I tell him. I peer through the window of the next building and suddenly feel a twinge in my chest. It's like I'm being transported back in time. This place has exactly the same tablecloths as the restaurant I worked at before. The summer I decided to reject all my parents' expectations for me and slum it instead. I stare at the white fabric, printed with tiny light green flowers. It's almost imperceptible what they really are unless you look closely. Or, like me, you have that pattern imprinted on your mind as a token of the woman you never stopped loving. Damien? Luke says, breaking my concentration. When I turn to look at him, I can tell he must have called my name a few times before I heard him. What? I ask, a little dazed. I said this one's not for rent. I thought we were looking for empty places. I nod, casting one last glance through the window. We are, I finally say, stepping away from the restaurant. The next building we come to is empty. A vast modern space from what I can see. It was already a restaurant before and needs a bit of love, but the moment I see it, something in me clicks. This is the one, I say, even though I know it sounds crazy. Sometimes, against all odds, you know the right thing when you see it. Luke doesn't even argue with me. So, you're really doing this? He asks, and I get the feeling he doesn't just mean the restaurant. He means all of it. Leaving the family business, staying in Baltimore, Olivia. All of it. I'm really doing this, I say with a smile. You just watch. Not even my family can stop me. Luke gives me another look, but it's softer this time. There might even be a little compassion in there somewhere. Look, man, he says, laying a hand on my shoulder so I know he's serious. I just saw how you got hurt last time. Your parents aren't going to go for this restaurant idea, and they're definitely not going to go for Olivia. They broke you up once, didn't they? What's to say they won't do it again? I don't want to let his words sink in. The thought of getting Olivia back, only to lose her to my controlling, judgmental family a second time, would be too much. I'll be damned if I let it happen again, but thinking too much about it will only agitate me. But then another thought strikes me, and I can't help but grin. So if you're saying my parents will break us up a second time, that means you think we'll get back together, right? Luke rolls his eyes, but I'm all smiles. If there's even a chance I can get back together with Olivia after all this time, then there's no way I'm not taking it. But step one is setting myself up in Baltimore, and that means getting the restaurant. I pull out my phone and dial the number for the estate agent that's plastered on the empty building's window. Hello? I say when she answers the phone. My name is Damien St. Clair. I'd like to book a viewing for the restaurant you have for rent over on Broadway. Do you have time today by chance? I wait a minute for the answer, and then my grin widens further. Perfect. I'll see you then. Luke's been staring at me the whole time with something like exasperation, but I don't even care. I'm on top of the world. "Half an hour," I tell him gleefully. "She'll be here in half an hour." "I hope you know what you're doing," Luke tells me, patting me on the back with the kind of gesture a soldier might give another before sending him off on a suicide mission. I don't say it out loud, but I hope I do too.
Chapter 3. Olivia. The sights, smells, and sounds of the farmer's market always make me happy. I can't help but grin as I wander between stalls, perusing the fresh local produce. The place is thrumming with activity, and I see a few people I know. Always one of my favorite parts of these outings. I grin and wave as a couple of regular customers pass by before stopping to chat with one of my produce suppliers. "Good morning, Harold," I say, flashing him a warm smile. "Morning, Liv," he calls back while weighing an order for another customer. He's the only person I let call me that, and he can only get away with it because he's a charming old countryman who's always giving people affectionate nicknames. Plus, he gives me a great deal on his microgreens, so I can't complain. Today, though, I'm here for myself, not the restaurant. I take my time perusing the seasonal produce. I'm about to ask Harold to bag up a lettuce for me when something across the stall catches my eye. Or rather, someone. My heart catches in my chest, and I feel that all too familiar daze sink in again. Only this time, it's 1,000 times worse than it was in the restaurant when someone mentioned St. Clair a few weeks ago. I don't know whether to approach him or to run in the opposite direction, but in any case, my hesitation cuts those options down because Damian's familiar green eyes catch mine across the way. "Olivia?" he says with an incredulous smile. I try to give the same look back, but I'm certain I have dread and confusion and longing and fear written all over my face instead. Damien pretends not to notice. "I didn't expect to see you here," he says, wandering over until he's standing right in front of me. Damien Street Clair is here, comes the thought over and over in my mind. Finally, I manage to respond. Here at the farmer's market or here on this side of the country? Because I definitely didn't expect to see you at all, I say. The words aren't cutting, at least they're not meant to be. But I can't fathom why Damien is here in front of me after all these years. He's the last person I expected to casually run into at the farmer's market in Baltimore. He must know this because he flashes me another warm smile, one that makes my heart melt and freeze at the same time. My emotions are conflicted. One part of me realizing I miss him. The other part wishes I could never think about him again. But that's not an option right now, as the loop in my brain keeps pointing out to me. Damien Street Clair is here. Damien Street Clair is here. "That's fair," he says in response to my obvious confusion. "I was going to look you up once I'd gotten settled. I guess I didn't count on Baltimore being so small," he explains a little sheepishly. But I'm stuck on the first part. "Settled?" I ask. The sheepish grin widens, and I feel my heart racing. I try to tell myself I'm just nervous because of the unexpected run-in, but the thought of Damien living in Baltimore is as terrifying as it is exciting. My body knows it, even if my mind is struggling with the thought. "Yeah," he tells me. "I decided to get back into the restaurant business. Not that waiting tables as a 21-year-old was exactly the upper echelons of fine dining, but I always wanted to get back to it. How's your place going, by the way?" My head is reeling. Good," I say, but I'm not even thinking about the question he just asked me. I'm thinking about everything else he just said. "So wait, does that mean you're opening a place here, in Baltimore?" I can feel my heart pounding in my chest at the prospect. What does this even mean? To have Damien living in the same city? Working in the same industry? Will I have to run into him at the farmer's market? At industry fairs and get-togethers? After all this time, I don't even know what it would look like to have him in my life again. "That's right," he tells me with a grin. "I'm about to close on a place on Broadway. The contracts will all be finalized this Friday. Actually, maybe you know the place. It's right next to a restaurant called Zed. The name jolts something in me. Is that the place with the dash? I have to stop myself before saying it, not wanting to reveal the fact that I still think of a past in which Damien and I were together. But he catches me. The tablecloths? He asks with a smile. I'm suddenly transported back to a time when, during a conversation just like this one, I might step forward and press myself into him, or he might reach out and take my hand with a loving smile. Or worst of all, we might catch each other's eye, and then our lips would be touching. Sometimes lightly, sometimes passionately. It feels like both a lifetime ago and so current, especially with Damien's green eyes peering down into mine at this very moment. Despite myself, I let my eyes linger over Damien's face, the hint of stubble on his cheeks, the dark crop of unruly hair, the hard line of his jaw, the full bottom lip curled into a smile that I remember all too well. I realize I must be just staring, and that Damien is waiting for me to say something when he leans down a little to catch my eye again. God, I hope he didn't know what I was just thinking. That's exciting, I say. The restaurant, I mean. It is? He replies, and I see that he means it. He's really going to do this, and it makes me wonder why. How did this happen? I ask, even though there's so much more I want to know about, such as what he's filled the last 10 years with, other than just career developments, but I can't very well tell him that. I thought it was high time I leave the family business behind, he tells me, and I think I see a hint of hidden meaning in his words, though I can't be sure. That was always my parents' gig, not mine. I'm ready to do my own thing. I can't help but raise an eyebrow at this. I never knew his parents to be easygoing, especially when it came to their son, and I doubt they're thrilled at the development. And your parents? I ask. How on board are they with this plan? Damien makes a small dismissive gesture, as though I shouldn't even worry about them. It'll be fine, he says, which I notice doesn't really answer my question. If I remember your parents correctly, that's doubtful, I tell him without thinking. I immediately regret my words, though, because with them comes a flood of old memories. Memories I thought I'd buried all those years ago when I left for Paris and never looked back. Damien's mom, looking me up and down the first time he brought me over to dinner, like I was something he'd dragged in off the street. His dad, barely looking me in the eye, not speaking a word to me the whole time, as if he hoped that by ignoring me I might go away. And then the constant inadvertent messages that would get back to me through Damien, like when he told me it would be best to just skip the latest family lunch, like being excluded was a favor, not a slight. Or the time I was invited, but he insisted on helping me pick out an outfit so I'd fit in. Or a million other moments just like those. It was embarrassing, and frankly, insulting. And I didn't want to have to think about it again. But here I am, standing in the middle of the farmer's market, reliving that whole painful period of my life. Suddenly, the warm memory of those little light green flowers peppering the white tablecloths, Damien's hand on mine as we laid them out together every night for the dinner service. That image isn't so warm anymore. Instead, it's been replaced with the saint. Claire's dining room, and the creeping feeling that I don't belong in the same world as Damien, let alone sitting at the same table. Sorry, I have to go, I tell him abruptly. I turn and walk away without even saying goodbye. I know how dramatic it must look, but I'm so filled with warring emotions that if I stay another second looking into Damien's eyes, I know I might do something stupid. Something like kissing him, or slapping him, or crying into his arms, or a dozen other things that I'd be sure to regret. I hear him calling out to me, but I can't stop, and I pray he doesn't catch up to me. Or maybe I pray that he does. I can hardly tell. I leave the market brimming with longing, fear, sadness, embarrassment, anger, nostalgia. It's as if by walking into my life, Damien has kicked up all the dust that had settled after things between us came to an end. I can't even tell if I'm happy to have seen him or not. All I know is he's suddenly back in my life, and there's nothing I can do about it, even if I want to. These emotions are so strong, so all-consuming, that I don't even realize until I'm home and pouring myself a glass of cool water that I forgot to finish my shopping. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixavon Romance. Chapter 4. Damien. I wonder if this is too obvious. I slow my stroll right in front of the door to Olivia's restaurant. Just as I open it, an elderly couple is making their way out. I hold the door for them. The man politely nods as he walks through. The lady thanks me vocally, and the upbeat feeling coursing through me surges. This is a great idea. I know it is. I walk in and stand by the hosting desk. A petite blonde woman with what can only be described as thick eyelashes quickly makes her way over. Table for one? She bats her eyes up at me, and I nod with a polite smile. Looking down at her desk, she runs her finger across the seating chart before tapping a spot once and making a mental note. Follow me, please. She steps back from the desk and turns on her heel. As she walks away, I can see an exaggerated sway of her hips. I keep my gaze up, and it flits around the room as I look to see any sign of her. The real reason I'm here. As bright an idea as it is to check out the other restaurants, I know I'm truthfully just here to see Olivia. The waitress stops in front of a booth and slides a menu down on the table as she looks up at me. Here's your table. My name is Sophie. Let me know if you need anything else. She casts me an award-winning smile and saunters off. I take my seat on the side that gives the best view of the restaurant and open the menu. Wow, they actually have a lot of options. The menu is a total of 4 pages, all with a wide selection of foods. My eyes zone in on the lunch page, and I skim down all the different options before deciding. The fish and chips sound good. Beside the name is a picture, clearly not a stock image. It's got a golden brown crisp to it, and it's all plated to perfection. I wonder if Olivia made this, and they got pictures of it for the menu. My mind starts to wander, as does my sight. I still can't see her anywhere, but then her sweet voice interrupts my distraction. Damien? She comes to the side of my table and leans on the opposite booth's backing. I can't lie and say I'm not startled by her appearance, and it must be written clearly on my face because she gives me a bit of a tilted glance, her eyebrow arching curiously. Olivia, what a surprise to see you here. I collect myself quickly and put the menu down. She shakes her shoulders slightly as a small laugh escapes her. At my restaurant? I give her a sheepish grin, and she stands back up straight, crossing her arms. You caught me. I'm scouting out my new competition. I chuckle after my words and hope she doesn't take me too seriously. The last thing I want is for her to really think I'm trying to be her downfall. Well, you might want to wear a disguise next time. I can tell it's you from a mile away. Not to mention everyone's been buzzing about the storefront getting bought out. She looks around as if to emphasize, before sliding herself into the seat across from me. Is she taking a break? Although she seems to have eased up, her gaze is still mildly wary. I see my server coming back over, so I shoot out my question before it's too late. Would you like to join me? The company would make my impression of your place a lot better. I trail off, and she shakes her head, laughing slightly. I forgot just how sweet her laughter was. I'm not hungry, but I do have a bit of time. The lunch rush ended about half an hour ago, so we're not pressed at the moment. I don't have time to add another word in before we get interrupted. Have you had enough time with the menu? Or could I just get you a drink? Oh, hey, Olivia. Do you know him? Sophie asks. Olivia nods and looks up at the girl with a patient smile. We were friends a long time ago. We were a lot more than friends. I push the idea from my mind as Sophie turns to me. She's holding her pad and pen, so I give her a charismatic smile and nod. Actually, I am ready. Could I have the fish with fries on the side and a root beer? I ask. She quickly scribbles it all down. That'll be right out. She gives me another overly friendly smile and walks away. Is she like that with all her tables? So far, how does my restaurant rate? Olivia asks, her face serious for a second. I blink a few times, not sure how to answer, before she cracks a pretty smile. Pretty good. Although I will say I was sitting here a whole 5 minutes without being asked for my order. She laughs slightly, and I'm glad to see she's still got her sense of humor. Maybe she hasn't changed so much. I want to know more about her. Hell, I want to know everything about her again. The waitress comes back with my drink, and I pick it up with a question for Olivia. So when did you open this place? I wanted to open it as soon as I could out of culinary school, but of course I had to spend a bit of time saving up. It's been up and running for 4 years now, but we've been growing this whole time. I nod, noticing she's still got a familiar trait. She looks off to the left when she thinks, like she'll see the answer waiting for her there. We keep talking, and soon enough my food comes. I dig in, asking questions every now and again. Olivia is more than happy to carry the conversation while I eat, and I'm more than happy to listen to her talk. Once I'm done, she stands, and I look up at her. Is she leaving? She surprises me. Did you want to see the rest of the place? For your investigation, of course. I chuckle and nod. She always did know how to carry a joke. Let me pay first. I don't want to look like a dine and dasher. I'll go ring up your stuff, she offers. Be right back. I don't get another word in before she's already off like a woman on a mission. She comes back with a debit machine and a receipt. She hands me the latter and puts the former down on the table for me when I'm ready. I pull out my wallet and a debit card. Giving Sophie a nice tip, I tap the card against the screen until the familiar beep starts up. The screen reads approved and I slide my card back into my wallet. Perfect. Now we're all ready for a tour, I take it. She steps back and takes the machine again. I follow her up and we walk toward the front of the restaurant. Did you want your copy? I shake my head and she crumples it up and throws it out. We head toward the kitchen and she opens the door for me. This is where the magic happens. We have a rotating schedule of chefs, but I'm here most nights just to make sure everything is running. She looks at me proudly and I chuckle. You really are something else, I say as we step out of the kitchen. What do you mean? She asks, eyebrows furrowed. You've done so amazingly. This place looks fantastic and I can't imagine how busy it is at night. You're making headway in such a tough industry and I think that's amazing. I'm a little embarrassed to be gushing and she seems genuinely staggered for a second. Thank you. She trails off, eyes dropping from mine. Before I have time to think about how I just overstepped my boundaries, I spit out the next words quickly. Did you want to get dinner together? I ask, and she flits her gaze from the floor to me to the right quickly. I can't. I have to work tonight. I wave my hand with reasoning to accompany it. You don't have to be here for every meal. You said it yourself. You have rotating chefs. She presses her lips together, caught in her own words. Yes. To add on, I continue, plus it would be good for you to check out the competition. Who knows what those other places are selling? It's a mission I'd love for you to accompany me on. Dear God, I hope that worked. I've dug myself into a hole by asking for too much, too soon. You never did know how to be patient.
Chapter 5. Olivia. I find myself fiddling with my hands as he talks, pinching and rubbing the hem of my shirt. It's grounding in its own right, and as he trails off in his explanation about why it's such a good idea, I can't help but fill in the silence. I don't really know why I'm saying it, but it feels right, and I have always trusted my gut. Yes. God, I hope I'm not making a mistake. As soon as the words tumble out of my mouth, it's impossible not to notice the way his eyes light up. He quickly checks his phone before sliding it back into his pocket and giving me a dashing smile. Tonight at Leo's, I have a reservation at 7. Does that work for you? He tilts his head slightly and I give him a soft nod. Perfect. Can I have your number? Do you want me to come pick you up? He fires off questions at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, I'm already worried this was a bad idea. It isn't that I don't want to go to dinner with him, I want it too much. Our relationship is in the past, or at least that's where I want it to be. But I realize trying to pretend I can have a friendly meal with him like an old pal is probably a risk I never should have taken in the first place. Well, too late for that now. You already agreed. I hold out my hand for his phone, which he hands me with the Contacts app already open. I fill in my information and hand it back to him. I don't think I need a ride, I say, answering his second question. I'll meet you there. 7, right? He nods his agreement. I show Damian out, and he gives me a confident wave of goodbye before disappearing from my sight. I don't move from my spot, the reality of the situation crashing down all around me at once. It wouldn't take a detective to see that this is a much bigger deal to him than he wants me to believe. His words were casual, and on their own wouldn't lead me to be suspicious. But paired with the excitement in his eyes and eagerness to make the plans as soon as I said yes, it all feels like a huge thing. I don't know if I'm ready for huge. I find myself standing by the front door for a long minute, arm crossed over my chest and propping the other one up. My fingers catch the middle of my lower lip in between them, tugging on it slightly as thoughts swirl. A hand on my back surprises me, and I jump in reaction. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just came out because I was wondering where you were. Jenna's voice comes from behind me, and I turn around quickly to face her. She looks apologetic and slightly concerned. I must have looked like an absolute loon just staring out the window. I wonder how much of that she heard or saw. It's no problem, really. I was just distracted. I purposefully leave details out, but I can tell she's not just going to let that sit. She never does. I appreciate her for it in most cases. It's nice to have a friend that really wants to know what's going on with you, and I trust Jenna with my life. What's going on? Who was the guy you brought back to the kitchen? She asks. And the last thing I want to do is complicate everything by lying. It was Damien. I mumble the last word, but I can tell she still heard me from the growing shock that spreads to all her features. Wait, Damien like your ex Damien? The one that you left for Paris? Her questions are quickly becoming louder. I give her a stern look. She backs off, but the shock still doesn't leave. If we're going to be talking about it, we might as well also be working. I gesture over to a table that needs to be cleaned. Walking over to it, we each collect a few dirty dishes as she grabs the menus. What did he want? She asks. I sigh. He wanted to try out the food, and then he asked me to dinner. He's opening that restaurant in the building that just got bought. Oh my God, did you say yes? She asks, dropping the menus off quickly at the hosting stand before following me back to the kitchen. We're right in between lunch and dinner when the restaurant is almost empty and the kitchen is switching over. Yeah. He looks so hopeful. And he made it sound like we were just having dinner as friends. I think he's just doing some prep work for running his own place. I don't believe my own words. And Jenna definitely doesn't. Not by the chortle she gives me after I'm done. Yeah, sure. Don't get all caught up in him again, she warns. You don't want to ruin 10 years of effort to get over him. I sigh quietly. Olivia. She grabs my hands, waiting until I finally make eye contact. She looks serious. Don't get absorbed in him again. I squeeze her hands before letting go. I won't, really. I've worked far too hard to get where I am, and I'm not going to let an old flame waltz in and take over my life. Jenna seems pleased with my answer. She starts loading up the dishwasher. I rinse off the newer plates and stack them for her. The silence gives me time to think, and I know I'd end up telling her about it, so I start to talk. Nothing like talking through a thought. I bet even now his family wouldn't accept me. They never will. And because of that, there can be nothing there. Why are you going at all if you know it can't go anywhere and you think he wants it to? I shrug. I'm not sure myself. For closure, I decide. I can't tell if it's the truth or not. It sounds good, though. Hopefully we can talk, and I'll come out of it for the better. I'll put this behind me once and for all. My words inspire worse thoughts. What if this makes it worse? Yes, it's 10 years later, and that wound has barely started to heal. But what if this isn't the thing that finally brings me peace? What if it just rips that injury open all over again, wider than ever? I can feel anxiety bubbling up inside of me, and there aren't enough tasks in the world to distract me enough to drive it away. Once the dishwasher is full and running, I take to wiping down the counters. It's methodical enough, but doesn't take up enough space in my brain for the doubt to still creep in. Scrubbing away, I'm done all too soon, and as I wipe off the excess water, I almost feel too flustered to think straight. I turn to Jenna and lean on the counter slightly. I think I'm going to take the rest of the day off, I mumble, already trying to undo my chef's coat. She gives me a look, and with the rise of an eyebrow, I immediately feel a bit guilty. Okay, girl, but you can't let this control you. Keep your cool. She waves a scrubber at me as she talks, and I give her a weak smile. I will. I hang my chef's coat up and gather my things, then quickly walk out of the restaurant. The fresh air is soothing, and I take a deep breath in, already feeling better than I was in there. For a long moment, I felt like I was half suffocating. What am I going to do, being stuck sitting across the table from Damien for a whole dinner?
Chapter 6. Damien. Pulling into the restaurant's parking lot, I feel nothing but excitement and determination for what is to come. I cut the engine once I'm completely parked and look over at myself in the reflection of the rearview mirror just to make sure I still look perfectly presentable. I wish we could have gone someplace nicer than this, I say to myself as I straighten my hair, one strand refusing to lay flat unless I tuck it back into submission. Maybe once I'm familiar enough with the area and know what's good or not. Next time. And there will be a next time if I have anything to say about it. I open my car door and straighten my jacket. There's no point in ruining this get-together before it begins. Once I arrive at the front of the restaurant, I see Olivia waiting there for me. She looks stunning, with her hair pulled back so I can see her earrings glimmer from the light. It amazes me that she's still as eye-catching as when I saw her last, even if it's been almost a decade. If anything, age has done nothing but make her look more enchanting. When she looks up from her phone at the sound of my footsteps, I smile at her and she gives me a smile. Tepid smile back. Early? I say with a teasing lilt in my voice. Guess you were excited to see me. Olivia chuckles, dropping her phone into her purse and crossing her arms in front of her. Whatever makes you feel better, Damien. So I'm allowed to assume you were absolutely desperate to see me and have been waiting for hours here at this very door. She rolls her eyes and gives me a light shove to the shoulder that makes me grin. Is that a no? It's a get inside the building. I open the door for her and catch a whiff of her perfume as she walks by with a thankful smile. It stirs something in my chest that she still likes cinnamony scents after all these years. The fact that I can still recognize small aspects of her gives me hope for what's coming up. Olivia's beaten me to the hostess, telling her about our reservation. We get led to a small, far-off table that I picked so we'd have as much privacy as we can. The restaurant itself is beautiful, even with all of my earlier complaints. The dim light sets a romantic and calm vibe, and the jazz music that plays overhead is soothing but not oppressive. "Thank you so much," I tell the hostess with an award-winning smile. Olivia and I take our seats, and we get handed the wine selection and menu. Olivia takes the menu first, while I take the wine list, as expected. The two of us share a small, private smile together when we realize what we've done. "What am I picking food for?" she asks, raising an eyebrow. "I'm thinking of having red wine tonight, maybe." "They have a duck dish that looks good," she tells me, glancing over the menu. "No venison currently from what I can see." "Pork?" She nods. I hum and glance over the menu, keeping my eyes trained on the Pinot Noir section, and raise my eyebrows. The selection they have is much more diverse and of a higher quality than I would think. Locking eyes with Olivia, I can tell by her smile that she knows I'm impressed. "Happy?" she asks. "Am I okay to pick food now?" "Very happy. I'm ordering a Pinot Noir if that's all right with you." Olivia nods with a hum. "Sure is. I was craving duck anyway." When the waitress comes by, I order one of their more expensive Pinot Noir. Olivia gives me a look for it, but I want this to be a good night for the both of us. And I would never settle for a subpar wine during such an important date anyway. She orders a beet salad to share, the duck entree for her, and the pork one for me. "It's nice to be able to do this again," I tell her. "A lot of people don't think too much about wine pairings nowadays." "I'm sure that's not true in your circles," Olivia responds. "You have a ton of friends in the wine industry. Didn't you and your friends joke about being master sommeliers one day? What happened to that?" I chuckle, waving away the waiter when he comes by with our wine. "I can serve the both of us myself, thank you very much." Lot more work than any of us had thought at the time. We were all arrogant and thought we could do it, though I think I hear that one of them is still trying to. I think it was Matthew. I don't think he's gotten there yet, though, if he ever will. Olivia watches as I pour our drinks with a graceful hand. Years of being in the business has turned this into muscle memory. The two of us softly clink our glasses together before taking a sip. Olivia blinks in moderate surprise, and I grin like the Cheshire Cat. "Better than you expected?" "Subtler, more like," she says, swirling the wine in her glass. "I remember you having a bolder taste." "Things change. I've changed." Olivia makes eye contact with me as she takes another sip, humming. "I'm sure you have," she says softly. We make idle chatter. I don't want to get into the topic of relationships too early into this meeting, until our food arrives. Olivia's as picky and descriptive as always. She talks about the salad with admiration, but picks at both of our dishes. The two of us take a bite from each other's dishes, alternating between the food and sips of wine. "Anything you want to steal?" I ask, wiping my mouth with the napkin. Olivia snorts, making another perfect little morsel of duck and potato on her fork. "I already have a duck entree, thank you very much," she quips, "though I wouldn't mind adding more salads. I've been trying to get the restaurant to have a completely seasonal menu. Easier said than done, though." "Sounds interesting. How long have you thought about it?" "Oh." Olivia takes her bite and chews thoughtfully for a moment and swallows. "For forever, I suppose. The big goal is to be able to have a menu that changes often based on the seasons, you know? Very experimental. I get tired of cooking and tasting the same thing for months on end, and I'm sure my other chefs and customers do too. It'd be nice to have a few pieces that don't change, maybe with slight modifications based on seasonal produce." "Sounds lovely," I tell her truthfully. "I'm sure you'll be able to make good use of what's good around here." "I already do," she grins. "Just not as much as I want." "What about you, though?" "What about me?" "What are your plans for the restaurant, you know? The one you just bought?" She raises a quizzical eyebrow at me, and I laugh, waving her skepticism away. It's hard to say what I don't have planned, I guess. I want an outside bar and a garden. I want a menu that tells you what wines go well with your food. I want a lot of things. That last part sounds intriguing, and not at all like the old you. I shrug. I've noticed that even with kind sommeliers, a lot of the general public don't want to ask about what goes well with their food. Not all of us can be freaks and have it memorized. Olivia rolls her eyes when I wink at her, but the smile on her face is blinding. It gives me the last bit of confidence I need to reach over the table and gently take her hand in mine, which causes her to blink in surprise. Olivia, I did have another reason as to why I wanted to bring you here, I start, ignoring the downturn of her mouth. I missed you. I haven't stopped missing you, okay? Things ended sourly between us, I'll admit, because of my parents. It wasn't just because of your parents, Olivia interrupts, taking her hand out of mine. Mostly maybe, but it was you, too. I swallow a hard lump in my throat. I understand, but things are different now. I was a stupid kid then. I didn't know the first thing about being supportive, about what you needed from me. It's different now. I'm older and wiser, and I can prove that to you. I just don't believe you, Damien, she says, like it's as painful for her to say as it is for me to hear. Your parents were such a huge part of your life. I don't believe that it wouldn't always be them versus me, you know? And you? Caught in the middle. She shakes her head, looking reflective, as if she can already picture the tension and difficult family dinners. Then she clears her throat and continues. Plus, I've made a good thing here, you know? I never would have gone off on my own and lived my life if I didn't know I had to leave you anyway. I think us being apart really did me some good. Maybe for you too, if you're telling the truth. The two of us break eye contact, and I can't help but feel a bit slighted. I guess I thought it'd be easier to win her back, though in all fairness, I do see her point. None of the troubles between her and my family could have been pleasant, and she's not wrong. I should have told them to screw themselves the first minute they looked down their noses at her, and I didn't. It's a mistake I won't make twice, but obviously, I need to gain her trust first. How about we continue as professionals, then? Like you said, I need help getting my restaurant venture situated. I could use the help of a friend who knows what they're doing. She smiles. I can do friends. I raise my glass, and she raises her own. The chime they make as they clink together sounds hopeful.
Chapter 7. Olivia. I chew on the end of my pen cap, a bad habit that I can't stop when I'm nervous. I'm surrounded by various spreadsheets, bills, and other types of important papers. I've reached a point where they are all starting to blur together into one. The restaurant is not due to open for dinner service for another few hours. Thank goodness. So I've commandeered one of the larger dining tables. My desk is too small to handle this amount of paperwork. Fruit platter for one. I turn my head to see Jenna holding a small plate of cut-up fruits. Grapes, apples, peaches, and pears all adorn the plate, and Jenna smiles at me sheepishly. I was playing around with my knife skills, she says. Thought you'd want to enjoy the fruits of my labor. I roll my eyes at her pun while she giggles behind her hand. Thank you, Jenna. I clear a space on the table, and she sets down the plate. You really didn't have to. I told you. I was practicing anyway for the desserts. Besides, you really looked like you were ready to pop a vein over here. I groan, tossing my pen onto the table. Money is just so stressful this time of year. Why can't I just get all the produce I want, whenever I want? That'd be the dream, wouldn't it? We should buy out the building in the back. I mutter, grabbing an apple spear and staring at it like it's the fault of all my problems. Turn it into a farm plot so I don't have to deal with some of the vendors at the farmer's market. Jenna sympathetically puts her hand on my shoulder, giving it a squeeze. I'm sure it'll work out, she says. It always does. I take a bite out of my apple slice, not willing to test fate by agreeing with her, and she pats my shoulder before walking back to the kitchen. I reach forward to grab my pen, swallowing my bite of apple when the front doors to the restaurant open. "I'm here," Damien calls out, a wide grin on his face. It's been a few days since our dinner date, and so far he's gone out of his way to be friendly. You can all stop wondering where I am. Don't you have places to be? I call back with a smile. Damien visits the restaurant every once in a while. While sometimes he gives an excuse to ask for advice about his upcoming restaurant, I can tell that other times it's just for us to hang out. I don't particularly mind. His presence here isn't a nuisance, and he's very polite about showing up when it's empty or not busy. I watch him walk up to the table, suit pressed and curly hair perfectly in place. I remember waking up to him all those years ago and being able to see that marvelous bed head. And I wonder if it's still the same riot first thing in the morning as it was then. Not at all, Damien says. Absolutely nowhere to be. I'm free all day today, all day tomorrow, all the way till the end of time. I raise my eyebrow at him when he finally reaches the table where I'm sitting. He winks back. "What are you up to?" he asks. He sticks his chin out toward the papers, and I push the fruit platter towards him. I wasn't particularly hungry when Jenna handed me it, but snacks are snacks. He glances at it before picking a pear and pushes it back to me. "Paperwork," I tell him, gesturing to the stacks of the white and black sheets around me. You couldn't tell? Not at all. Totally clueless. I roll my eyes at his teasing. It's just a bunch of budgeting stuff. You'll be here whenever your restaurant gets up and running and has to deal with the end of tourist season. Ah, Damien hummed. Sales slowing? I nod. There's no point in lying to him. I've been a pretty open book my entire life, and lying to Damien feels wrong, regardless of my complicated feelings. Plus, he'll be in my spot soon, so maybe it will be like a head start to the worries of budgeting a restaurant. Sales are slowing, food prices are rising. I tap my pen against the table. Lots of expenses and little income for the next few months if I had to guess. Sounds like a lot. Damien leans forward and grabs the main budgeting paper from in front of me, ignoring my huff of protest. I take the time to organize the rest of the bills that are swarming me. The two of us sit in moderate quiet, with the backdrop of metal pans and silverware clanging in the kitchen filling the silence, before Damien whistles sadly. I don't envy you, at all. Damien sets the paper down in front of me with a frown. Have you figured out anything? I shake my head. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to prepare this time as much as the last years. Not with how everything is rising in price. Damien tuts and finally takes a seat in a chair nearby. I watch him stare off into nothing and return to my work, the scratches of my pen joining the clanging behind us. The two of us take turns nibbling on the fruit from the plate. Damien takes most of the pears, and I take most of the apples, and the two of us fight for the grapes and pineapple. I'm halfway through reading a page about the rising rent of the building when Damien slams his hand on the table out of nowhere. It's not loud, but it makes me jump nonetheless, and nearly makes me drop the pen. What the hell is the matter with you? I scold him, and the responding smile that Damien gives me makes me inwardly groan. I know he's gotten an idea, though I'm really doubting it's a good one. You should work for me, Damien exclaims, eyes bright. Blood roars in my ears. Excuse me? I ask. The question frustrates me, and I can tell Damien regrets his choice of words immediately. Not like that. Not like how you're thinking, I swear. He holds his hands out to placate me, but I shake my head. What do you mean then? I'm still trying to open a restaurant, as we both know. He starts nodding. And while I've been in and out of the food business, I still don't know all the ins and outs of managing the place. That's where you come in. I'll hire you as a consultant to help me develop my menu, match up the food with the wines, all of that. Damien smiles at me. It's a lot softer than his usual charming smiles. You get some extra cash, and I get some help. It'd be a win-win. I don't respond for a moment, looking at all of the paper bills on the table. The idea of it all is tempting, and the extra money flowing in would be able to cover the gaps from the slow season. Looking back at Damian's hopeful face has me hesitate, though. His visits to the restaurant are nice, and sometimes I find myself more happy than nervous to see him. But I wonder if the extended amount of time we'd have to spend together is a bad idea overall. Damien must see the hesitance on my face because he taps the papers in front of me. Listen, I know it's not completely orthodox, but I really do need the help, just as much as I think you need the money. Think of it like those business arrangements you always heard me complain about, where both parties fight for hours about what they want until they each get something out of the deal. It's exactly like that, except this is simple. Simple, huh? He nods. Really, it is. You're an expert, Olivia. You deserve to be able to make some side money from your experience and wisdom. And you have a paying customer right in front of you. You let me pick your brain for opinions, and you can ride the rest of the season stress-free. I take one last moment to think and look at the numbers around me. Okay, business arrangement only then, but you're not going to get any sugarcoating from me. Damian's responding smile could power houses with how bright it is. Oh, Olivia, I never would ask you to. Good. I hold my hand out for him to take. Wouldn't want to hurt your feelings. Damien takes my hand in his and gives it a strong shake. You could never. The air around us is electrifying, even when our hands separate. Damien gives me one last grin before hopping up out of his chair and giving me a wave. I'll draft up a contract for you to look at later today. Have fun with numbers. I watch him leave my restaurant after giving him a wave of my own. Once the front doors close, I feel a pit in my stomach. This whole arrangement is probably going to be more trouble than it's worth, but in a way, it's also a chance to show him what I meant during our dinner a few days ago. The two of us have come a long way from the people that fawned over each other's every move. I've worked hard to be where I am without him, and I refuse to let his charm get in the way of that. I grab one of the pears and stare at it. I'm not letting you get the best of me anymore, I say to no one. I like where I am and I mean it, and I'll show you that. I put the pear back on the plate and grab an apple slice, taking a noisy but satisfying bite.
Chapter 8. Damien. It's been 4 months since I moved to Baltimore, 3 months and a week since the farmer's market, and every day with Olivia gives me more hope we might finally get back together. Even if, right now, we're only spending time together as colleagues. I have to admit, though, I didn't quite expect this to be such a winding path when I moved to Baltimore. Back then, I figured I'd set up my restaurant, give Olivia a call, and then date her until she was ready to get back together seriously. Instead, I find myself talking more about menus and decor than our future together. But luckily, I'm willing to be patient if it gets me Olivia back. I'm also secretly loving the opportunity to support Olivia, even if it's just with a job for now. I always wanted to look after her, to give her everything she dreamed of. And even if I failed back then, I'm more than happy to be making up for lost time. "Look, here," she says, breaking me out of my thoughts. "This is the place I was telling you about. Check out their menu." She hands me her tablet, pointing at the menu in question, which I dutifully scan. It's a good reminder of how much I need her help, too. I'm constantly awed by her passion and talent. She's way better at this stuff than I am. And every day I spend with her is a reminder of why we work so well together. It's also an illumination of who she's become in the 10 years since I really knew her. She's much more confident, more sure of herself, more determined, and all these traits are things I admire in her. She's not the girl I used to know. She's the woman I'm learning about all over again, and I feel like she's getting to know me again too. I'm not the same person I used to be either, but I still feel that familiar ebb and flow between us, where one of us picks up where the other left off. We're good for each other. I just hope she sees that eventually. In the brief time I've been here, things have certainly shifted a lot. When I think back to the day we ran into each other at the market, it almost feels like a lifetime ago. It was pretty clear Olivia wanted nothing to do with me then. But since I closed on the building and started getting more involved in setting up the restaurant, Olivia has been more involved too. That was 3 months ago now, and was the same week I took her out to dinner. When we look back on our relationship, which we inevitably will, I'm going to count that as our first date. So, what do you think? Olivia asks, and I realize I've been daydreaming again. It looks good, I tell her, glancing up from the tablet. I like that it's simple, pared back. I don't want to give the customers a million things to choose from. Olivia smiles, and I understand I've obviously said the right thing. It gives me a warm feeling in my chest to see her pleased with me like that. Exactly, she says. A limited menu gives the place a much more exclusive and elegant feeling. That's what you want, right? To be exclusive? I say, hoping she catches my double meaning. Sure. If she gets it, she doesn't show it. Instead, she moves on to the next thing on the agenda. Okay, so we've already decided there will be 3 meat, 1 fish, and 2 vegetarian dishes. Anything else? I smile a little and launch back into the conversation, letting the double entendre slide. This is much of what the last few months has been. Me trying to get close to Olivia, her keeping things strictly business. But I can't complain. It's been nice spending time with her, especially since she started working with me as a consultant. The first couple of months after that dinner date were dotted with sporadic meetings, and I was almost always the one to initiate. I think back to it now, and my chest automatically tightens at the memory of not knowing if she would answer my calls, not knowing if she'd agree to see me. Now, though, things are totally different. Since I brought Olivia on as a consultant, we see each other most days. In fact, this week it's been every day. Granted, the first few days of us officially being colleagues were almost painful. She was hardly talking to me at all, keeping a huge professional distance between us. I couldn't tell if it was just nerves, or if she was regretting having taken the position. Thankfully, though, she warmed up pretty quickly, and I can tell she's enjoying the work. I like to think it's also my company she's enjoying, because now it's her calling me. Not just once, but multiple times a day. On Wednesday, she called me 3 times. Once before her restaurant shift and twice after. On Thursday, it was 5 times. "Damian!" she yelled into the phone on that 5th call. It was almost midnight, but I could hear the excitement in her voice, as if it was the first time we'd spoken that day or even that month. As if we hadn't just spent nearly 3 hours together earlier. It reminded me of when we were dating, young and in love and desperate to spend every second together. After finishing a long shift, we'd sometimes go back to our separate homes, but then call each other anyway and talk for hours. This excited phone call on Thursday brought me right back to that time, and I wondered if she remembered too. In any case, it felt good to hear her say my name like that, and made me more determined than ever to win her back. She was calling about possible names for the restaurant and rattled off a couple of ideas to add to the list. Apparently, she's thinking about my place all the time, which, I'm telling myself, means she's thinking about me all the time. That can only be a good thing. So I think we can start testing dishes, Olivia says to me once we've decided that we do, in fact, want to include seafood on the menu. Right now? I ask, flashing her what I hope is a charming grin. It's still early in the day, and it's a Monday, which means her place is closed anyway. Even if my kitchen isn't up to scratch yet, she's made it clear her kitchen is at my disposal while she's working with me. I can see the cogs turning in her head, and finally she breaks out into a mischievous smile. "Why the hell not?" she asks, and we start making a list of recipes to try. "Oh, and we need to put pulled pork on the menu," she adds matter-of-factly. For a second I think I've misheard, but when I look up, she's giving me a little smile. It's a smile that might even be read as flirtatious, given the context. "I wouldn't have it any other way," I reply, smiling back. For a second, we look into each other's eyes, and I know we're both being transported back to the same memory of sneaking servings of the pulled pork back at the restaurant we worked in, of getting in trouble for it when the head chef found us out, of doing it again anyway because the stuff was just so good. But the moment must be too intense because, after a second, Olivia laughs nervously before turning back to the list. "Okay, what else?" she asks, looking determinedly at anything other than my eyes. I've caught her, though, and my chest floods with happiness, and the moment we just shared. Still, I don't want to spook her again by getting too intense. Instead, I concentrate on the task at hand, and let the moment we just shared simmer quietly in the background. We spend the rest of that day locked in Olivia's kitchen, trying out different recipes and tasting the results. Olivia, of course, is a genius in the kitchen, and everything she makes is spectacular. But it's late into the night by the time the pulled pork is ready. We've been at it for almost 6 hours, but neither of us seems to be tired. In fact, I feel invigorated. Spending this time together is so much like old times, only with another layer of connection on top of it. We're older now, more mature, more grounded. We have more to offer each other. "Ready for the grand finale?" Olivia asks, arranging the pulled pork carefully for each of us to try. "I think if anything, this is just the beginning," I reply with a grin. Olivia grins back, and I think we both know I'm not just talking about the restaurant. At least, I hope we do. Without another word, we each take a forkful of the pork. If I was surprised when she mentioned it before, I'm even more surprised now that I'm tasting it. "Oh my God, is this..." I ask once I'm finished groaning at the amazing flavors I've just experienced. Olivia just grins and nods. "Same recipe," she tells me. Something in my chest almost bursts. Apart from the mention of the tablecloths in the place next to mine, this is the first time Olivia's made an allusion to the past. It gives me hope that all is not lost. Nowhere near lost, in fact. She still remembers, and that's enough to keep me going.
Chapter 9. Olivia. The vivid memory of a sweet smile crosses my mind. My hands waver, remembering the way he kissed my cheek as we sat together on a calm, sunny day. I remember his words from that day. He said I was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. It's not easy to forget something like that, especially coming from a man like Damien St. Clair. "Olivia?" I jolt upwards, accidentally bumping my hand into a salt shaker. A mess of white crystalline grains explode across the countertop. Closing my eyes, I focus on my breathing and try to dispel the image of Damian from my mind. In my peripheral vision, I see Jenna lean over and try to catch my gaze. I don't look at her. Her eyes will see through me like looking through glass. "Are you okay?" "Yes." "Absolutely." I set down my mixing bowl and grab a nearby rag, cleaning up the mess I made thanks to my absent-mindedness. Keeping my head down, I wipe the salt into my palm. Never better. "Ah, okay. Didn't know we've started lying to each other's faces now." Jenna smiles, eyes twinkling once they finally meet mine. "We're worried about you. All of us are." "There's no reason to be worried." "Really?" Jenna perks a brow. When I see the owner daydreaming while we're trying to prep for the day, I can't lie. It makes me a little shaky. Pressing my lips into a thin line, I remain quiet. There's no reason to incriminate myself and tell her the true reason why I feel my resolve slipping through my fingers with each passing day. My brain and my heart are betraying me. They remind me of things that I should have forgotten by now. And I can't help but notice that there's a correlation between your behavior and Mr. St. Clair's presence. Jenna pushes off the counter, following me as I cross the kitchen and look aimlessly for an ingredient that I've already forgotten. "Am I right or am I right?" "Jenna," I say in a quiet voice, shaking my head. "That's not true. I have a lot on my plate right now." "I can see that," she replies bluntly. She crosses her arms over her chest, staring me dead on. It makes my hands clammy, the way she's cornering me like this. "You're catching feelings for him again, aren't you?" What do I say to that? My words and my reactions are not aligning themselves well. Anyone with 2 functioning eyes could see it clearly. I don't. Jenna nods. Seems like my hesitation said everything she needed to hear. I mean, it's not that surprising. Don't do me like this right now, please, I whisper, dropping my head. I'm flustered enough. I don't blame you for this, Olivia. I really don't. You and Damien have a lot of history, and it's hard to pretend that nothing happened between you two. I just don't want you getting hurt again. I gnaw on my bottom lip. Yeah, I don't want that either. You have another opportunity to be with him again, and it's clear that the feelings aren't going away anytime soon. So, Jenna tilts her head. Then she shrugs. Why don't you be honest with him? Talk things out. Maybe that'll get you somewhere. My eyes drift to a discolored spot on the wall, needing somewhere to put my attention without making it too difficult for myself. No way. What? Even if I tried to do that, it would never work. Jenna, he's not here for the long term. He's only here to open that restaurant of his. And then what? My arms drop loudly at my sides. He's going to leave again. And that'll be that. Yeah, but the problem never was between us. We always had great chemistry and a great connection. It's easy to talk to him and spend time around him, you know this. I've told you this before. The issue is his family. Sure, they're not around right now, but the moment this gets serious again, they're going to stick their noses in our business. That's the last thing I want. Jenna frowns. My fingers curl into my palms, sinking my nails into my palms deep enough to leave crescents. I don't want to deal with those people again. They've got an awful way of making you feel less than just by standing in front of them. I know my worth. I don't deserve that. Of course not, Jenna replies, offering a quick nod. That's not right to do to anyone. I know. That's why I'm not getting swept up with these fantasies or daydreams about Damien and I. They're not real, and they're not going to happen. I know that. This isn't his home. He's not going to be here for long, so there's no picket fence and no happy home for us. I toss the rag on my shoulder harshly against the counter. Just then, my phone begins vibrating in my back pocket. When I take it out and see the name plastered across the screen, I immediately flip it towards Jenna so that she can see the incoming caller. A low whistle falls from her lips. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I nod solemnly as my finger swipes across the screen. Then I place my phone firmly against my ear. I try to keep my voice as level as possible when speaking to him. Hello, Damian. Olivia, would you mind if I stopped by your restaurant really quickly? I tweaked one of the recipes that we worked on, and I really think that this will be the perfect addition to the menu. But I want to see what you think first. I don't mind at all. Will you be coming soon? Jenna's eyes widen. Yeah, I'm in the area. I can stop by within the next 20 or so minutes if that's all right with you. I mindlessly thumb at some stain on the counter. That's fine. We were just doing some meal prep over here, so you won't be disrupting much. Feel free to come by. I swallow thickly. You're always welcome here. Thank you, Olivia. This means a lot to me. I'll see you soon, okay? Okay, see you. Lowering the phone, I hang up the call and sink it back into my pocket. Jenna exhales deeply from her nostrils. You're drawn to him, she remarks, like a moth to a flame. Shut up. I call it how it is. From what I can see, he has you wrapped around his pinky whether you like it or not. I don't like that. I don't like how she's right. I can fight it all I want, but what good does that do when I'm denying what my heart wants? For the next half an hour or so, I linger in the kitchen, trying to pretend as if I don't care that he's stopping by to visit me. The butterflies in my stomach mean nothing. The jitteriness in my digits, that's nothing too. The way I keep glancing at the clock, counting down the minutes until he gets here, Nothing to see here. I'm just glad it's only Jenna here to witness this. Eventually, the front doors of my restaurant burst open and Damien walks in, carrying a styrofoam container. I meet him out in the dining room with a small smile. Jenna gives me a knowing look, but remains in the kitchen so we have our privacy. Just act normal. This is just business between us. Nothing more, nothing less. Good to see you, Olivia. It's a beautiful day outside. Did you know? Yep, I saw. Blue skies and pretty clouds are a weakness of mine. In the past, he used to take me out on days like this. We'd walk aimlessly together, nowhere to go and nothing particular to do. Spending time at each other's side was enough for us. That's all it took. Let me see the food. Damien cracks open the container, revealing a steaming plate of delicious spaghetti and meatballs. The aroma of garlic, onion, and spices hits me right away. What did you tweak? I ask, sending him a glance. He's been staring at me the whole time. He always had that habit, and it would make my knees weak each time. The worst part? He never was the type to look away whenever I caught him in the act, and he would always beat me when it came down to maintaining eye contact. Once again, this is another lost round for me. I added more spices to the meat while I cooked it. I followed your tips almost perfectly. I may have added a bit more parsley flakes than I intended, but that was an accident, I swear. Can I try it? I motion towards the utensils he brought along. He nods quickly, unwrapping them from the napkin and sticking his fork into the meat. The recipe is nothing flashy. Meatballs are an easy dish, so as long as you season it right and cook it thoroughly. I expect him to pass me the fork, but to my shock, he guides the fork into my mouth. I accept it, because what else am I going to do? Too late to back out now. The meatball is already in my mouth. And my God, it's incredible. Something in my heart flutters to know that this was a creation shared between him and I. We worked together to bring this to life. My eyes meet his, and he's smiling that handsome grin of his, the one that makes his beautiful eyes light up and laughter lines appear. What do you think? Damien asks. Do you like it? I swallow down the bite, never breaking eye contact. It's perfect, Damien. I was a fool to think that I could keep my emotions in check for the long term. They're only blossomed. They were never truly gone, to be honest. They always lingered, lying dormant within the confines of my heart. Good God, I think to myself, I'm screwed. Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixavon Romance.
Chapter 10. Damien. To be honest, it took me a lot of time to get this meal right. Not because it was complex or required a lengthy preparation time. It's a plate of spaghetti with red sauce, for God's sake. I needed something nice and easy. Something that I couldn't mess up no matter how hard I tried. Still, since it's Olivia I'll be feeding, I wanted everything to be perfect. That's why I spent hours looking over different recipes online, scouring the reviews, and deciding upon the best recipe based on my findings. Not only that, but I pair the meal with a finely aged bottle of red wine that's been aging for 12 years. This one is my favorite, mainly because of the tannin content and the rich flavor that lingers in your mouth long after you swallow it down. Olivia watches me pour the red into her glass, smiling lightly as I set it next to her plate. Thank you. It's a special one. I hope you enjoy it. What makes this wine so special? Olivia asks. The dim lights within the restaurant make her look divine. Red wines all taste the same to me. I narrow my eyes playfully. That's because you haven't tasted enough of them to be able to start telling the difference. Don't worry. I plan on helping you with that. Oh, really? Olivia perks a brow as she places her napkin across her lap. And how are you going to do that? I lean in a little closer. I'm not the brilliant and excellent cook you are, but I shine in other areas. Winemaking is one of them. It's an art form. It's not something that you can pick up and master after a few tries. You devote your life to something like this, as your family has. Raising the wine glass to her lips, she sniffs the wine first before taking a sip. She hums softly, nodding her head. I like the taste. It's great, isn't it? You can make your own bottle if you'd like. The only issue is that you'll have to wait a decade or so before being able to taste it. I don't know if I have the patience to enter this sort of business. Food fascinates me more, she says earnestly. Then she motions towards the food in front of us. Thank you for this meal, by the way. It tastes amazing. It won't hold a candle to anything you're able to make, but I'm glad you're enjoying it all the same. Spaghetti is great with a red like this. So how does it begin? This... Olivia points at the wine glass with her fork. Winemaking process? By picking the grapes. I grin. From a high-quality grapevine, you wash them, dry them, and crush them with some added sugar. You let that sit for 3 weeks. God, sounds like it'll take an eternity to finish. And we've barely gotten started, she comments. We should just skip to the part where it's done. That sounds more fun. Getting to taste all the wine you want is fun, I agree. I should take you on a wine tasting trip one of these days. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. You can have whatever you want, reds, whites, sparkling. My breath hitches in my throat, seeing the way she's looking at me with half-lidded eyes. Whatever you want. I'll think about it, but I'm a busy girl. I've got a lot going on around here. You already knew that, though. I do. I've added onto your schedule by asking you to be my restaurant's consultant. Sorry about that. It's fun, Olivia says, stabbing her fork into another meatball. Those words are genuine and they melt my heart. I don't mind doing it. It's a nice change of pace from the work I'm used to doing. Running a restaurant is hard work. Yeah, I'm seeing that firsthand. I miss these moments between her and I. If only she knew how long I dreamed of having her like this again. Sitting with me, enjoying a meal while we speak about whatever comes to our mind. There's no stress between us, no buried emotions or lingering grudges. It's just the two of us. That's how I want things to be. She's beautiful. Every time she looks at me, I feel my hands start to sweat and my heart starts to thunder in my chest. She's always done this to me since the very beginning. I can't stop staring at her, and I think she realizes that. She ducks her eyes and tries to hold back her smile, which makes it even harder for me to take my gaze off of her. Eventually I do. I didn't cook this plate of spaghetti meatballs for nothing. It soon dawns on me that I still have an old CD from the time of our relationship. I burned her favorite songs onto the disc, and we often listened to it whenever we hung out. Watching TV, playing video games, innocent stuff like that. Those songs were in the background, quiet but ever-present as our relationship blossomed. How I miss those times. Excuse me, I say, pulling out my phone. I flip through a music app, selecting one of our favorite old songs that was on that CD. I set the phone against a glass so that the speaker can remain unmuffled, and we can both enjoy the music. Is this... she begins. Yup. Remember when I took you to their concert that one time? Olivia laughs quietly, wiping the edge of her lips with the napkin. Wow! I can't believe you still remember that. How could I forget? That was one of the best nights of my life. She ducks her head and averts her eyes in such a cute way. I return to my seat, happy to be close to her again. You're bringing back all the memories for me, Damien, she says quietly. From the meal to the music. Right. On one of our first dates, I cooked her spaghetti. It wasn't as meticulous as this one was, but it was something a cooking novice like me could do. Back then, I didn't realize that you could mix a bunch of vegetables into the tomato sauce and end up with a highly nutritious meal. No, back then I was still using the sauce out of the jar. I dumped it onto the spaghetti and called it a day. I like to think I'm much wiser than that version of me, in more ways than one. Are you doing this on purpose? Olivia asks, taking another languid sip of wine. Setting the ambience? I guess I'm a sucker for familiarity. I shrug. It's not a total lie, but I figured it was worth trying to remind Olivia of all the good times we had together. All the fun date nights and all the great meals we used to share. That was a better time in my life. I can't believe I ever let it slip away so easily. How did I even survive the time without her? The thought echoes in my mind, and it makes the hairs rise along my arms. I don't want to lose her again. That was a mistake. A horrible one. And it doesn't need to be repeated ever again. Well, it's nice. I like it. Is that the wine loosening her up? I don't know, but there's a lightness to her words that lures me in. To that, I refill her wine glass and clink my own with hers. I never really attended concerts before I met you, I admit. It was never really my thing growing up. I saw everyone else going, but never had a desire to try it out. I'm glad that I started going more often with you. Yeah, well, we had more free time back then, didn't we? Olivia points out, sloshing the red liquid around in her glass. Things are different now, and they'll never be the same again. Pressing my lips into a thin line, I nod. Yeah. I know, but... Whoa. Without hesitating, Olivia leans over and takes me by the wrist. She doesn't give me the chance to splutter out the words. Instead, she presses her lips against mine. Nothing too passionate, much to my disappointment, but there's a flicker of tenderness that leaves me swooning. It's breathtaking. I have to remember to exhale once she pulls away and wets her bottom lip. What should I say? What should I do? I can't even think straight. That was... Olivia laughs, waving her hand through the air. She shakes her head. Sorry, the wine dazed me a little bit. This one is strong. My eyes gradually land on the bottle I placed between her and I. Is it? Yep. I don't know what got into me just then. Olivia's smile falters, so she quickly picks up the glass and starts drinking some more. Great food, by the way. Did I tell you that? I nod. I'm dazed too, but it's not the wine that did it for me. Thank you. That means a lot coming from you. You're the expert here. Is it working? Am I finally getting through to her? From the start, I knew I was going to fight an uphill battle to get to her heart again. The walls she put around herself were 10 feet tall, but I'm chipping them away. Slowly, but surely. But wow. I hope I get more kisses like that by the time this is all said and done.
Chapter 11. Olivia. I'm puking my guts out, Olivia. I can't come in. I grimace. Tanya doesn't sound too good, and the last time I saw her, she was green in the face. It's just my luck to lose one of my cooks right before Mother's Day weekend. Okay, I reply after a lengthy silence. Thanks for letting me know in advance. Take care of yourself, okay? Drink water, follow the BRAT diet, all that stuff. The call dies. Great. What am I going to do now? I won't be able to find another set of hands on such short notice. Unless... I freeze up as a certain idea comes to mind. It's outlandish, and I'm really starting to think that I'm losing my mind as I type his number out to call. He doesn't take that long to answer. Damian? You've just made my day by calling me without warning, you know. His words send a fire through my body. What's up? This might sound like a crazy idea, and you're fully within your rights not to accept. But I need some help. One of my cooks is sick, and we're prepping for Mother's Day. My kitchen will collapse on itself if I'm short another person. There's a long silence. I see, he finally says. He sounds pensive. I'm asking too much from him. Who in their right mind would drop everything just to help out on such a busy... I'm in. I blink. Seriously? It'll be the first time I get my hands dirty in such a bustling and hectic environment. Why not? I'll learn a thing or two and have fun doing it. Swallowing hard, I soon realize that means I'll have to spend a lot of time around him, in close proximity. Knowing how prone to errors I am with him around, I already know that this will be an interesting service. Hopefully my chefs don't notice what's going on. Jenna's already on to me, so I can't do much there. I'll help you out the entire time so you're not overwhelmed. I'll give you the easy tasks too. If you're up for something more complicated, I'll coach you during the service. You'll be hearing voices coming at you from all directions when we're in the thick of it, so just let me know if it's too crazy, okay? Now you're just getting me excited. You know how much I love a good challenge. Heat rises up to my ears. My fingers clench tightly around the phone. On one hand, I chastise myself for being so dumb. Why did I do that? A spur-of-the-moment decision, yes, but not a smart one in the slightest. And yet, a thrum of excitement courses through my veins. It's been a long time since I anticipated the beginning of a workday. I want to be near him. My rekindling emotions for Damian have intensified ever since our last dinner together nearly a week ago. I kissed him. I never thought I'd be bold enough to do something like that, but Damian coaxes it out of me. It's always been him. So when Mother's Day comes and my restaurant is bursting at the seams with activity, I find myself bustling around the kitchen with Damian in tow. My staff works diligently during the dinner service, with the front of house working efficiently to get plates in front of customers. Back of house, per usual, is all sweaty and frazzled as the appetizers trickle in, but I keep a calm face. Pass me some ingredients, will you? I nod towards the onions. Damien follows me around, obeying my every order. If I told the guy to jump off a cliff, he would, without hesitating. Start cutting some garlic cloves and green onions, please. So bossy, Damien quips quietly, brushing my shoulder as he retrieves the ingredients from a nearby station. Taking a cutting board and a fine knife, he mimics the way my hands glide across the counter as I dice up some onions. Remember the last time we cooked together? You were like an army general. I'm not that demanding, I reply, wiping the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. But we have to be quick. Hungry customers aren't happy customers. Throw some wine at them. That'll make them happy for an hour or two. Ah, Damien, I'm sure you would love that. And I'm sure you would love seeing my restaurant order wine from your family's company. What a lucrative business venture, Olivia. Why don't we talk more about that sometime? Damien perks a brow, nudging me with an elbow as I gather the minced onion in a bowl. I like seeing him like this, working alongside me. I always like to have him present as I direct my kitchen the same way I always have. I check in on each station, appetizers, meat, fish, and dessert. When one is lacking, I jump in to help. Damien does what he can too. He's getting the hang of chopping vegetables quickly. Soon enough, I have him grilling shrimps and scallops while I watch diligently at his side, listing off the appropriate seasonings to add and the correct cooking times, like muscle memory. To me, it is. I live and breathe for this stuff. If my kitchen isn't producing food worthy of winning a Michelin star, then what's the point? Damien, I yell, beckoning him over to a clean station. Help me fillet these fish. We've got 3 orders coming in, so we need to help the fish station. On it, Captain. I'm not a captain, I reply. My voice is light. He bumps his shoulder against mine as we work in tandem. I'm a head chef. One of the best I know. Is this the right time for flattery? I glance at him. He's red in the cheeks, and his curls are tousled slightly. I know I'm too far gone the moment I think about running my hands through them. During a dinner service? Damien shrugs, watching my knife strokes and doing his best to copy. It's always a good time to make you feel good. Man, I've hit the point of no return with this guy. I didn't want this to happen. The rational side of me knew that this was coming. Now that he's here with me, telling me all the things I want to hear, I'm finding it difficult to distance myself. I don't want to. I want him to stay. You're kidding yourself, I think cynically. This didn't work the first time around. Why are you so convinced it'll turn out well this time? His family will get to you. They always will. My knife nearly slips out of my hands as I torment myself with memories of the past. The sleepless nights. The ones where I cried myself to sleep, wondering why Damien didn't love me with the same intensity I loved him with. Do I really want to go through that again? Olivia? I blink rapidly, remembering that I'm supposed to be cutting through my fish. Damien's eyes are on me. What's going on? Nothing. Just wanted to make sure you're okay. You went quiet on me. Yeah, well, I have that habit. You should know that by now. I gather up my fish and pass it along. Damien is still working on his first one, while I move on to the next. There's a change in me, a small one. I was happy to have Damien by my side again, but now I'm starting to want to place a bit of physical distance between us. He flusters me. At times it's endearing, but as I remember all the pain and turmoil I went through because of him, it's starting to piss me off. Why? Why do I let him have so much power over me and my heart? I swore that this was never going to happen again, but I let him back into my life the moment he showed up at my door. He waltzed in, matter of fact, and I did nothing to stop it. He says he changed from his old ways. He wants to do better for us. I nearly laugh aloud at that. Instead, it comes out as a quiet scoff, one barely heard over the orders and yells of the kitchen staff that encapsulates us. There is no us anymore. That ship sailed a long time ago, and it capsized tragically. He's much different from the guy he once was. He's taking on important responsibilities. He's starting his own restaurant. And he's a wine connoisseur. Probably knows his wines as well as his ABCs at this point. Damien looks at me. I watch him in my peripheral vision. He nearly cuts himself with the knife, and I wince. Careful, I say. The word shoots out of me without warning. I don't need you bleeding all over the food. You sure it won't give a little bit of added flavor to your fine dining experience? Damien asks, smiling as he rubs at the raw spot on his palm. Or is that a health code violation? What do you think? I reply coolly, watching as the appetizers fly out of the kitchen and orders pile in from the front. I need to step it up. Things aren't like they used to be. I know that now. The cynic in me thinks this is a setup for an eventual failure. I'll be vulnerable with Damien again, just so that he can turn around and leave me high and dry like he did before. But what if he doesn't? What if our relationship only strengthens over time? Want me to cut up some more vegetables? Damien asks, as if reading my mind. Our chefs need some. Our chefs. He matches my gaze. It annoys me that he still looks this cute, even in the hectic conditions. My heart softens. My shoulders droop. What am I going to do with him?
Chapter 12. Damien. As dinner service goes on, I'm starting to get the hang of things, I think. Olivia guides me through the various dishes that I help prepare, giving pointers all while letting me figure some stuff out along the way. Our banter is great, too. My jokes never fall flat around her. Don't mix up the sugar and the salt, she tells me, presenting me with a wide array of spices while I knead some Italian sausage and lean beef together. We'll get some complaints, and I'll have no choice but to throw you to the wolves. Ouch, just like that? No second chances? I ask. My eyes twinkle, seeing the way she holds herself. It inspires me. Makes me want to work hard and make her proud. I get it, though. The last time I did that, you nearly threw up. It made me feel bad. God, you noticed that? Olivia crosses her arms over her chest, wincing. I didn't want to say anything. When someone locks themselves in the bathroom for 10 minutes after you cook them lunch, I tilt my head, sending her a knowing look. Most people can put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, well, you've come a long way since then, Olivia replies. From the looks of it, she's being honest. It's so natural to be around her again, as if the years between us don't mean a thing. She went off to do her own thing, and I did the same, but I always felt that she owned a special part of my heart. That was the case wherever I went. I remember searching for her face in crowds, wondering if she was out there. I used to think about her whenever I would eat out, reminiscing on her love for food and her humor that had my sides hurting before long. I missed her. A lot. The connection between us is still going strong. I can feel it. There's electricity in the air whenever she and I are together. Can't she feel it too? We're running low on chopped strawberries, Olivia, one of the cooks on the dessert station calls out. I continue kneading together the meat while she hurries over to help. Her workers admire her just as much as I do. They smile when Olivia looks at them and thank her whenever she rolls up her sleeves and jumps in to help. Dinner service is slowly lulling to an end. Orders don't trickle in as quickly anymore, and the dessert station is the busiest out of them all. Olivia returns to me, brushing her hand along my forearm. That's enough kneading. I'll pass it along. She turns away, not seeing the goosebumps that soon erupt across my arm with a slight touch. My right hand is a sticky mess of raw meat, parsley flakes, and breadcrumbs. It takes me a while under the water stream to get it completely off of my skin, but even as I pat myself dry, I still smell like a mix of herbs. Soon enough, Olivia's at my side again. With less orders, it's a lot calmer in the kitchen now. That gives us a chance to breathe. How are you feeling? Olivia asks quietly, leaning on the countertop. You've survived a busy dinner service. I deserve a reward for that. A good pat on the back should be enough for now, right? Olivia reaches over and gives me a firm clap. Night's not over, though. Who knows? Maybe someone will come back and complain about the risotto being too salty or something. I didn't work on the risottos tonight, so that won't be my fault. I wipe my hands with a rag, allowing my eyes to trail over her features. She's tired, but still so beautiful. Her dark skin glows with perspiration, but it's glorious. And what about you? Feeling good? As good as I can be with a night of successful service. Things went great today. That's kind of rare. Is it normal for the place to go up in flames or something? You'd be surprised. Olivia glances over her shoulder, mindful of her cooks that are still working on the last meals. A good kitchen staff will work like a well-oiled machine. As I stand across from her, I'm reminded of the passion that existed between us. Remnants of it are still there, palpable in the air whenever we look at each other for too long. It makes my throat run dry and my stomach seize up. There was a time long ago when I imagined a future with Olivia. The details are still as vivid as ever. It's the usual stuff. A big house with a white picket fence, a couple of kids, maybe a dog running around in the yard. A cat too, since Olivia melts at the sight of them. She would be my wife. Each day would be filled with joy, laughter, and good food, prepared by the hands of the lovely woman who captured my heart and never let go. I think about that future sometimes, of all the moments we will never live through, of the kids that we never had. A pang ripples through my chest at the prospect that this is a beautiful life that I will never get to live. I'm not willing to give up on it yet. You're great at what you do, Olivia, I say. I don't mean to, but the words are resting on the tip of my tongue, so they find a way out without my help. You're hard-working, kind, and funny. I don't know anyone else doing it quite like you. Olivia smiles and ducks her head. You're just saying that to be nice. I mean it, all of it. I'm not surprised that your restaurant has the reputation it does. It's all because of you. She swipes her tongue across her bottom lip. A pensive look spreads across her features, followed by a sweet smile. I wonder if her heart sways like mine. There's no stiffness or awkwardness to her movements anymore. She's calm around me, allowing herself to relax and relish in my compliments. That's all I want. I have to go about this gradually, like a soldier moving meticulously through perilous lands. One wrong, abrupt decision can disrupt everything I've been working diligently to achieve. I want her back in my life. I want her to be mine again. I'll wait years if that's how long it'll take, but for my own sanity, I hope it takes much less. It kills me to not be able to embrace her in my arms and shower her with soft kisses and breathless words. I need to be careful with these thoughts. There's a warmth rushing between my legs the more I indulge in them, and there's way too many people around that will take notice. I clear my throat. What was your favorite part of tonight? The fact that it's almost over, she remarks quickly, taking a quick glance over the messy kitchen. We've got a lot to clean up once we close. I hope you're up for it. With you by my side, I'm up for anything and everything. I just hope I don't end up with bathroom duty. I'm going to have to put my foot down. Olivia snorts. I wouldn't make a guest chef hunker down and clean the bathrooms, unless you really wanted to. Lucky for you, I don't. I already smell like sweat and paprika. If I mix in the smell of urine, I'm going to assault the noses of everyone in this building. Wrinkling her nose, Olivia laughs. Gross. Don't even mention that. We'll just take an overview of the dining room and clean up everything in here. Countertops, kitchen hoods, anywhere that accumulates grime after heavy use. Sounds easy enough. And do you do this every night? You have to, she says, as if it were obvious. You can't let your kitchen get dirty. We cook people's food here. They trust us with that. How would you like it if you found out your chicken parm was prepared next to a growing mold colony? I wouldn't like it at all, actually. I'd feel a little sickened, maybe. Attorneys would be involved, for sure. That's why we do what we do, and we take pride in it. Sure, it's back-breaking work. It's the last thing you want to do after a busy night, but it's necessary all the same. At the very least, we didn't get yelled at by angry customers, so the energy is still a bit high tonight. What do you do when that happens? I ask, genuinely curious. Yell at them back? Apologize? Depends on what's going on. If they're being rude for no reason, there's no reason to tolerate that. But if their chicken is raw, then I can see why they've decided to hand us a few verbal lashings. Good to know. I'm taking mental notes for my own kitchen staff. It's a good thing I'm learning from one of the best. Stop it, she says playfully, narrowing her eyes at me. She smiles. I'm not the best. Yet. When will you finally admit it, then? When I have a few Michelin stars of my own, and I open a few more restaurants across the nation, then the world. I'm only starting out. I can't let my head get too big just yet. Ambitious as ever, just as I remembered her. Honestly, Olivia hasn't changed that much over the years. She still has the same qualities that made me fall in love with her in the first place. Can she say the same thing about me? I'm not sure, but I'd like to hope so. I haven't considered the possibility that Olivia wants to stay as friends forever. I won't be able to handle that, but I'm determined it will never come to that. At the very least, she enjoys my company. That's good. I need to keep at it if I want to win her back. This is my moment to seize, and I'd be an idiot if I didn't go for it.
Chapter 13. Olivia. Things are finally winding down, and I couldn't be more grateful. It's been a crazy busy day, and I'm not sure how I would have survived without Damian helping out in the kitchen. Before I know it, it's time to close up the restaurant. Most of the chefs have begun cleaning up their stations and heading home. Jenna offers to stay a little longer to help clean up, but Damien cuts in before I can accept her offer. Nah, don't worry about it, he says as he waves his hand. Olivia and I can take care of this. Don't you think so? Truthfully, I wouldn't mind having a little extra help cleaning up, but I'm also not going to turn down an opportunity to have a little alone time with Damien. Besides, there isn't a whole lot left to do. Just some mopping and a few dishes. So the two of us could probably get everything done in 20 minutes tops. Yeah, We've got it covered, I say. Just head home and get some rest. It's been a long day, and tomorrow might be just as rough. I suspect we're going to be short one chef for at least a few days. All right, thanks. I'll see you tomorrow then, Jenna says. She tosses her apron in the hamper and makes her way out the back door. Now, Damien and I have the restaurant to ourselves. I lead him to the utility closet and pull out the mop and bucket. You know how to mop, correct? I say. Of course I do. I'm not that spoiled, he says with a scoff. All right, just making sure. You seemed kind of baffled by that potato peeler early today, so I give him a playful nudge. Listen, I'm a wine guy, not a vodka guy. If you asked me to peel a grape, maybe I'd have handled it a little differently, he jokes. I let out a laugh. In any case, you want to mop the floor for me while I finish up the dishes? I ask. I don't doubt Damian's dishwashing capabilities, but I'm a bit nitpicky when it comes to cleaning my favorite kitchen tools. Sure thing, ma'am, he says with a wink, taking the mop from my hands. I head over to the sink and begin rinsing out the blender, humming to myself as I place the pieces in the dishwasher. Despite the long and overwhelming day, it's hard not to feel cheerful right now. With Damien around, I feel like my spirits are a little higher by default, regardless of the circumstances. Maybe I've missed him more than I've realized. But can you blame me? He's got a charm that's hard to resist, and he's not too bad to look at either. I find myself glancing over my shoulder every now and then between dishwasher loads, watching him work his muscles as he mops a stubborn spot on the floor. I'm really glad we're hanging out again, I say, turning my attention back to the sink as I reach for the dirty knives. Despite everything, I've missed having you around. And getting to know you again? I don't know. It's helping me learn to trust you again. A brief silence follows that. And for a moment, I'm unsure whether Damien simply didn't hear me or if I've made him uncomfortable. That's a relief to hear, he finally says. Breaking your heart was one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. I often worried that the damage I caused would never heal. Tears well up in my eyes. I wipe them away with my sleeve. Well, you don't have to worry about that, I say. We leave the conversation at that. Maybe a restaurant kitchen isn't the best place for such a heartfelt talk. Soon enough, the dishes are done, and the floor is clean enough to eat off. I lean back against the counter and let out a sigh of relief. The workday is officially over, and now I can relax. Anything left to do, Chef Matthews? Damien says playfully as he stashes the mop in the closet. I can't help but smile. Nope, I think we've done everything, I respond. I don't want to go home yet, though. Going home means being away from Damien, and I'm not willing to part ways with him just yet. You want a tour of the place before we go? I suggest. I know it's been a long day, but now's a better time than ever, especially since we don't have a bunch of people in our way. To my surprise, Damien's expression brightens. I'd love that. I still don't know where everything is, Might make things a little easier for me tomorrow. All right then, I say, clasping my hands together. So you already know the basic stuff like the kitchen, the dish room, the dining room, all that junk. But I haven't shown you the storage room, have I? Don't think so, Damien says as I lead him out of the kitchen and head down the hall. What would I need the storage room for, though? Well, what if we're in a pinch and need a new blender? Sometimes things break, and we don't have time to order a new one, so we keep plenty of backups around, I say. I pull open the door to the storage room and gesture for Damien to walk in. He cautiously steps inside, ducking to avoid a spider web. We don't go in here very often, I remark, wiping some dust off a shelf. But it's still important to know where it is. Also, holy cow, look at this. I hurry over to an old set of chairs and point at them. Do you see these abominations? These are what they had in the dining room when I bought the restaurant. I mean, they sure are chairs, Damien says. And they're hideous. I burst into laughter. Look at that fabric, neon orange paisley on a chartreuse background. Just looking at it gives me a migraine. Damien chuckles. Yeah, I see what you mean. Totally get why you replaced them, he says. When it comes to restaurants, interior design is almost as important as the food itself, I say. Anyway, want me to show you my office? For sure. I'm surprised you haven't shown it to me yet, Damien says. He shuts the door behind himself once we're both out of the storage room. I lead him down the next hallway over to my office. So, I try to keep it locked up at all times, I say as I unlock the door. In other words, I don't just let people in here all willy-nilly, so consider yourself special, knowing that I'm letting you into my office after hours. Sounds pretty secretive, Damien remarks. He follows me inside, crossing his arms as he looks around. He approaches my desk and flicks the cutesy pug bobblehead sitting on the corner of it. So, what are you hiding? Drugs? A skeleton in your closet? The secret recipe to a perfect filet mignon? He teases. Even more elusive, I say. I pull out another key and unlock one of the drawers on the left side of my desk. You got a pinky promise not to tell anyone, though. All right, I pinky promise, Damien says, and we lock pinkies. Okay, so, I begin. I am granting you exclusive access to my very own. I tug the drawer open, revealing a vast array of wrapped candies. Candy stash! Damien bursts into laughter. Of course you have a candy stash. That's how you stay sane at this crazy job, isn't it? You know it, I say. I pull out a caramel chocolate truffle and pop it in my mouth. Whenever I'm feeling pissed off, I just come back here and stuff my face with chocolate until I'm calm again. Works like a charm. Damien is eyeing the candy stash hungrily. I roll my eyes. Yes, Damien, you can have some candy. I'm not going to just eat chocolate in front of you and not offer you any. With a grin, he grabs a dark chocolate almond cluster from the drawer. This is good, he says. It's not the cheap stuff either. You went all out on your candy stash, huh? That's why it's such a big secret. I don't want my coworkers nosing through my fancy candy stash, I say. Kind of funny how you're sharing it with me, though, Damien says, easing himself down into my rolling chair, considering I'm sort of an employee right now. Yeah, well, I trail off and let my gaze fall to the floor. I hadn't even thought twice about letting Damien into my office. And yet, I just missed it, I mumble shyly. I miss sharing things with you. I miss spending time with you. I missed you, and I'm happy you're in my life again. Suddenly, Damien cups my chin and tilts my head upward so that I'm looking him in the eye. My heart pounds as he pulls me onto his lap. Before I know it, our lips are sealed in a deep kiss. Damien. I breathe against his lips and clutch his shoulders. A shiver goes down my spine. Before I know it, we're both eagerly tugging off our clothing. He shoves the clutter off my desk and pins my bare sweating body against it. Mere minutes ago, we were on a professional office tour. The sudden shift would give me whiplash if I wasn't incredibly turned on right now. I need you, I whisper, letting out a whimper as Damien kisses my neck. I've needed you for so long, and I can't wait any longer. Damien, please. He presses a kiss to my cheek. I've wanted to hear you say that for years, Olivia. Then he grabs me by the thighs, kisses me once more, and takes me.
Chapter 14. Damien. The alarm blares the next day at an hour some would call ungodly, even for me at times. But today is different. Today I'm going back to work at Olivia's restaurant. As soon as the sharp buzzing sounds, I all but spring out of bed. My feet are still sore from the long day before, and a lingering tiredness still pulls at the back of my mind. And yet despite that, I I can't help the smile spreading across my face. Now, realistically, Olivia doesn't need my help again today. It is a Monday after all, and Mondays don't usually see a big crowd anywhere. But her chef is still out sick. That, and any opportunity I can take to spend time with her, is something I'm not about to turn down. And I'm also surprisingly having fun working with her. Being able to help her last night ended up leading to a wonderful night. A perfect night even. Getting to work so closely together. And Olivia opening up in turn. Being able to really talk to each other. And following it up with sex in her office is nothing to complain about. Even now, I can't help but grin into the mirror. I could get used to this, I murmur. Even with the long nights and early mornings and all the chaos of the kitchen. It felt so rewarding. Like I earned the right to be called a cook. And I got to be a little closer to Olivia than I was before. Not that that was the reason for doing it necessarily. I'd do just about anything for her. It isn't so much as worming my way back into her heart and good graces again. It's more about proving myself to her. I want to prove that I am a better man than I was before. One that is willing to drop everything and assist her in whatever way she needs. And after last night, it proves I was right back when we first ran into each other. I need to prove to her with my actions that I can be dependable. Not just with pretty words or charm, though I have plenty of those. And maybe that's the problem. I've never had an issue with talking my way through issues with just my wits. Even when I shouldn't have been able to. Maybe Olivia remembers this and that's why she's so hesitant. Well, I don't intend to give her a reason to doubt me anymore. I take a quick shower, change, and then jump in the car and head to the restaurant. I pull up and go in through the back. Several of the cooks are already there prepping, and Olivia is in the heart of it all. She spots me and clicks her tongue. You're late. Gonna have to be quicker than that if you want to run your own place. I chuckle and tie on my apron. Not all of us are used to keeping odd hours like you. Honestly, this whole going to bed super late only to get up early is a skill all on its own. Olivia snorts. That's certainly the truth. Now stop whining and go make sure we have enough tomatoes and lettuce in our latest shipment. You survived one day in my kitchen. Let's see how you handle another. Her tone is teasing, almost mischievous. So unlike our first encounter after our long breakup, Olivia had been so guarded, wary of everything I did and said, as though everything about me had a double meaning. Like, I wasn't someone she had dated and known for years. Or maybe it was because she had known me. But after yesterday, it's like an invisible barrier has been broken. Something that was always between us and kept either of us from getting too close to one another. And now that it's broken, everything seems to flow so naturally. Everything feels right. We seem to be ignoring last night's sexcapade for the time being, but considering we have an audience, it doesn't faze me much. I smirk and give her a salute and wink. As you wish, Commander. Olivia scoffs and rolls her eyes, but she averts her gaze for a moment, something she used to do when she was flustered. Hope rises within me. Is it possible that I can still have that effect on her? She quickly composes herself and stands a little straighter. Actually, it's General. Thank you very much. I bark out a laugh. Forgive me, dear lady. As you wish, General. This time, a small laugh escapes her, too. We hold each other's gaze for just a bit longer than we probably should. Olivia turns away from me quickly and claps her hands. All right, people, let's get a move on. It might be a Monday, but that's no reason to slack off. Everybody be ready before we open. I shake my head and smile as I go to find the new shipment of vegetables. General indeed. The morning is relatively calm. Though after working in the kitchen, relatively calm has taken on a whole new definition for me. Everyone is always bustling about, filling orders, clearing away dirty dishes, thawing meat, cutting vegetables, redoing orders. There are definitely times when the sous chef gets on my nerves a bit. He is constantly on me about picking up the pace or doing things in an exact way. Sometimes I wonder if he is messing with me just for kicks with the way he has me do certain things. But I also can't help but be grateful as well. For every odd thing he asks me to do, it turns out to be a useful trick that really helps make a dish. Isaac might be a bit grumpy, but he still knows his stuff. In fact, I'm learning all kinds of new things as I go along. From impressive tips like how to cook certain meats to make them water in your mouth, or how to bread something just right so that the breading isn't too much. Then there are the things that seem little but add up to something big, like how to cut vegetables and fruit quickly and cleanly, or managing several dishes on different burners at once. I feel like I'm doing a masterful job until I watch the people around me. These are the true masters, the ones who have fought their battles through many busy days and nights. They move from dish to dish with practiced ease and hardly ever slow. But by far the most impressive of them all, of course, is Olivia herself. When the kitchen starts to fall behind, she picks up a spatula and a spoon and gets to work. When the dining room is running low on forks, Olivia goes to the back and washes some. She runs food to tables and seats guests. She takes on any and every role in the restaurant without complaint or hesitation. It is incredible to see her so in her element, so confident and sure of everything that she does and pushing through any problems. And most impressively, she handles it all with such calm and respect for her employees. I knew many managers who would have thought it beneath them to go wash dishes, or would have snapped at the kitchen staff if they were moving too slow, or even blamed their workers for any problems that came up. But Olivia is nothing like that. While she is firm with her staff, she's never mean. She listens and watches and is willing to talk things out. Pride swells within me as I watch her talk with a large group of customers. A birthday party from the looks of it. She helps her server deliver food, all the while chatting and laughing with the guests. This is where she truly belongs. This is where she shines. As she returns the tray back to the kitchen, she meets my gaze and smiles brightly. It's such an open expression, so genuine, like the smiles she used to give me. I smile brightly at her in turn. What I wouldn't do to make her smile like that every day for the rest of her life. If I could manage to do that, I think I would be the happiest man alive. She takes over a saucepan so one of her cooks can go on break, a station that just so happens to be right next to mine. You really are doing amazing things, you know, I tell her. Her movements stutter and she looks up at me curiously. I mean it, I continue. I'm really impressed with everything you've built, though I shouldn't be surprised. You've always been incredible. This is just a reflection of that. She averts her gaze and clears her throat. We could be doing better. Everyone could always do better, but you should acknowledge that what you've already done is amazing. Look around. I gesture around the kitchen. She looks. This is all you. Your hard work, your blood, sweat, and tears, your incredible skills as a chef, your vision, and it's remarkable. Not just anyone could make this work, you know? A small smile twitches at the corners of her lips. I guess you're right. I puff out my chest playfully. Of course I'm right. She rolls her eyes but laughs. You focus on your work, newbie. We've still got a long day ahead of us. I wink at her. Certainly, General. The lunch hour is much the same as the morning, but we get an unexpected rush in the evening. I'm very grateful for all my practice yesterday. It makes handling the dinner rush on a Monday seem like nothing. Well, maybe not nothing, but it certainly makes it easier. When the last of the customers are gone and the staff is cleared out, Olivia and I are left to finish cleaning up. She offers 3 times to let me go, and each time I refuse. We turn out the lights and lock up, and just take in the night for a moment. She studies her hands for a while, clearly wanting to say something. I let her take all the time she needs. Finally, she looks up at me and smiles shyly. Would you like to come over to my house? You know, just to catch a little more? If you want, that is. There's nothing more I want.
Chapter 15. Olivia. I couldn't say the exact moment I decided to invite Damien over. Really, it was that I didn't want to see him go just yet. I didn't want to break up the calm and easy atmosphere we'd created as we worked. And now he is here in my little house, taking it all in. It's always been strange taking him home, especially since seeing his parents' wealthy place years ago. Nothing I've ever owned has come close to the luxury he's always lived in. My furniture is all mismatched and the living room desperately needs repainting. To top it all off, I haven't had the chance to clean in the last few days. For a moment, I wonder if I've made a mistake in asking him over. But after a quick sweep of the space in front of him with his eye, he simply looks at me and smiles. Cute place you've got here. It's not a backhanded comment or said with any condescension. He really doesn't mind. I relax and smile back at him. Yep, this is the height of luxury right here. I quip, gesturing around my disorganized living room. He laughs, but there is an odd sort of fondness in his eyes. It might not win Model House of the Year, but it feels lived in, cozy, like a house should. Something warm stirs inside me. Tonight I really want to rediscover Damien, so to speak. These past few months that we've been business partners, or consultant and consultee, we've both let down our walls, but we haven't had a lot of quiet moments just for ourselves. Still, these past few days have really been what's changed things, at least for me, and hopefully for him as well. We're not carefully picking our words anymore, or going into awkward silences like we used to. We're actually acting like friends again, even more than friends. That thought had terrified me for a while now, that I'd be swept up by all feelings in the moment and not think twice about it, that I'd fall back into that sweet, blissful romance and completely forget myself and our past. But I'm not afraid anymore. We aren't the same people from all those years ago. Damien has shown that he's willing to be patient and stick around and work for us. So now I want to give this new Damien a chance to see more of who he really is now. Would you like some coffee? I ask him. It is pretty late after all. He nods. That would be wonderful. Like I told you, keeping odd hours is a skill all in itself, and I am definitely still learning it. I giggle and make my way towards the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee. It really is a skill, especially when you work in the kitchen, even more so when you own the restaurant. Sounds like I'm going to have to learn fast, he says with an exaggerated sigh. I know it took me a while, I admit, thinking back to my early days as a cook. Then I thought waitresses had brutal hours, but a chef's job was even worse. I worked at a restaurant once that closed at midnight and then was back open again at 8 in the morning, I told him. And since I was the head chef there at the time, that meant there were days when I'd finally close the kitchen at 2 in the morning, and then I'd have to be up not a few hours later to open the kitchen at 6 in the morning. Damien grimaces. Yeah, I think I'll keep my hours in a way that won't run my staff into the ground. Or me. I nod empathetically. Good policy. You should know by now that running a restaurant isn't for the faint of heart. It's a 24/7 job that never ends. He smiles at me. And you handle it like a champ. I avert my gaze back to the coffee and allow a small smile of my own to form. Damn his charm. That little smile of his always manages to make me absolutely melt. Mercifully, the coffee pot beeps, and I pull out 2 mugs from the cabinets. I offer him the choice between the one with the cat drinking its own coffee and the one that looks like a duck. He chooses the cat mug, and I pour us both some coffee. We go and sit in the living room. We chat easily for a while, just sipping our coffee and laughing and talking. But after a while, we both come to the end of our drinks. This is probably where we come to the end of night. A knot of disappointment forms in the pit of my stomach. I'm not ready yet, even though we've spent the whole day together. It feels like too short a time. Then my stomach growls loudly. Damien smirks. You didn't eat dinner, did you? He teases, just as his stomach gives a growl of its own. I burst out laughing. Looks like you didn't eat dinner either. Damien clicks his tongue. You know, for 2 master cooks, we sure don't eat a lot. I snort. Yeah, because we're too busy making the food. He stands abruptly, a glint in his eye. Well, shoot, I know how to cook. How do omelets sound to you? An omelet actually sounds amazing right now. I could go for an omelet. Great, then I'm going to make us some, Damien announces before heading back to the kitchen. I sputter and follow after him. Damien, you don't have to do that. This is my house. I can make them if you want. He shakes his head. Oh no, you've been busy cooking forever for others. When was the last time someone cooked you a meal in the comfort of your own home? I'm actually not sure. Probably when my parents came to visit. And even then, I think I insisted on doing most of the cooking. Damien takes my silence as an answer and starts digging out ingredients. I smirk as I watch him dig through all the wrong cabinets. So how do you plan to make these omelets exactly? I ask him slyly. He sighs. Would you please help me find the ingredients so I can make us some omelets? How about this? You let me grate the cheese and season the omelets, and I'll let you do the rest. Deal. 15 minutes and 2 high-quality omelets later, we're back in the living room eating away. I'll give him this. The man knows how to make a solid omelet. Though, of course, it's usually the seasoning that makes it. So really, I think we make a solid omelet. Damien laughs suddenly and I cock my head. What's so funny? He shakes his head, fighting back the laugh. Did I ever tell you about the first time I tried to make a cake from scratch? I smile. This sounds like the start of a disaster. Nope. Tell. So it was late and I was really craving something sweet and decided to make myself a cake. I found a recipe and it called for 1/4 teaspoon of salt. He holds up a hand defensively. Now keep in mind, it was 2 a.m, so I wouldn't say I was at my brightest. Oh no, what did you do to that poor cake? He fights down the laugh again. All I saw was the 4 instead of the 1/4, and I mixed up tablespoons with teaspoons. I almost gag. You put 4 tablespoons of salt into a cake? Damien doesn't try to fight the laugh anymore. Oh, come on, you've had to have had at least one cooking fail? Oh, there have been plenty, but there is one in particular that always comes to mind. The first time I tried to make baked Alaska, I almost burned down my house. What? Heat races to my cheeks just at the memory. You know how you're supposed to toast the meringue with a blowtorch to make it golden brown? Well, I forgot that and had put the dish on cardboard to go in the freezer. So when I began using the blowtorch to toast it, well, Damien snickers. You ended up with a very toasty baked Alaska? I nod, laughing. Very toasty. We finish up our omelets and then fight over who gets to wash the plates. We both end up doing it, though he splashes me with the water and I pour soap on his head. After a while, we're back in the living room. There's nothing really to keep him here now and it's plenty late. But I still don't want him to go. I want this moment to last a little longer. But he makes no move to the door. Instead, he's at my bookshelf now, reading off titles. Almost like he doesn't want to go either. It's sweet. The Great Gatsby, A Daughter of the Samurai, Treasure Island, he reads. You've got a lot of classics here. Then something catches his eye and he smirks as he pulls it off the shelf. And what's this? Craving Dark Paradise. Sounds spicy. I roll my eyes. Read the description. It's a historical fiction novel about high caste life in the Roman Empire. He turns the book around and frowns as he reads. Oh, I can't help but laugh at how he bashfully puts the book back on the shelf. Don't worry, there's a few spicy scenes in there. Now it's his turn to laugh. The clock chimes 2 a.m. He smiles at me softly. I should probably let you get some sleep. I nod and reluctantly walk him towards the door. Before he can leave, though, he turns to me and whispers, Good night, love. Then he's gone, leaving me completely stunned. Love. Then it hits me. I really am his love. We really are giving it another try. There's no use in denying it any longer. This could be my future. Tiredness fades away from me, and I'm left feeling giddy. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixavon Romance.
Chapter 16, Damien. We finally decide to go on a date. A real one this time. One that wasn't disguised behind being about business or catching up, but a real date. Olivia had suggested we go to a park she knew about with a beautiful nature trail. I offered to bring a picnic lunch, and she offered to bring drinks. We meet up at about 1 and walk over to a shady tree and set out our picnic blanket. "So," she begins, "after working tirelessly under my tutelage, what culinary delight do you have for us this afternoon?" For a moment I begin to panic. We decided we didn't want to do anything fancy or extravagant. Just something sweet and simple. And sweet and simple was definitely all that I had brought. But then I see the mischievous look in her eye and relax. She's just teasing. I give her a mischievous look of my own. "Well, dear lady, today I have prepared something quite exemplary," I say, in an exaggerated posh voice. "I have prepared 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for us, a very popular dish in France, as I'm sure you know." She laughs, and I pull out the 2 foil-wrapped sandwiches from the picnic basket. "Ah, yes, an excellent culinary choice," she says in an equally exaggerated posh voice as she takes the one I offer her. Olivia unwraps hers and immediately brightens. "It's toasted! You remembered that I like my PB&J's toasted." I snort. "Of course I remembered. You never forget when someone likes something as weird as that." She scoffs in mock offense. "Excuse me. I'll have you know that toasted is the only true way to enjoy a PB&J. Besides, this is coming from the guy who dips his pizza in ranch." I scoff in mock offense, mimicking her. Ranch on pizza is the greatest. It just adds that little bit of flavor that makes it perfect. You can't convince me otherwise. Olivia sighs. "Well, at least I was able to save you a long time ago and get you to like pineapple on pizza." A real smile comes to my face. "You know, I actually still order it that way." She perks up, a hint of surprise on her face. "Really? Really?" What I don't say is that ordering it that way makes me think of her. That every time I did it, I would feel like a part of me was back where it belonged for just a little bit. And now here we are together again. I give her a mischievous grin and I put back on my exaggerated voice. "Now tell me, what exactly have you brought to pair with my fine selection?" Olivia sits up straighter, also getting into character. She pulls out 2 wine glasses from her bag first. "Today I have brought a rather unexpectedly excellent pairing. Strawberry lemonade fresh from the gas station." She pulls out a generic brand jug of strawberry lemonade with her other hand. I tilt my head in confusion. "From the gas station? Trust me, you'll like it." And so we eat our sandwiches and our surprisingly delicious strawberry lemonade in wine glasses and chat. We don't talk about work. Instead, we talk about silly things like the latest TV shows we've watched, or which kind of jam is best on PB&J's, or all the fun DIY projects we want to do to our homes. "I'd love to have a breakfast nook. I think it would be so cute," Olivia says, "and I could paint it to look like a sunrise around it." "Oh, you would paint it, huh?" I tease her. She rolls her eyes. "Okay, maybe I'll get someone else to do the painting, but it's still a cute idea." I agree. That does sound really good. I think a chalkboard wall would be kind of cool. Then you could just write something down that you need to remember right there. Olivia snorts. Of course your idea is something that lets you draw on the wall. Hey, I said write, not draw. Though that would be fun, too. She really laughs this time. We finish lunch and then decide to go walk the nature trail. It's a perfect day for it, too. Not too warm with a light, cool breeze. Olivia was right about the trail being beautiful. With everything so lush and green, it's absolutely breathtaking. We walk along the creek and watch as the fish swim by, and the ducks chase after them. Beside me, Olivia grins. You know, the ducks might be chasing the fish now, but that isn't always the case. If you throw them some bread, the fish will actually fight the ducks for it. I raise an eyebrow. You're kidding. The fish will fight the ducks? She rolls her eyes. Well, not physically fight the ducks, but I have seen a fish jump in front of a mallard to get a breadcrumb. I should have saved some of my sandwich to show you. I smile softly at her. Well then, I guess we'll have to come back here so you can show me. Olivia averts her gaze for a second before smiling back up at me. Yeah, I guess we will, she whispers. Then her fingers brush mine. I take her hand in mine and gently squeeze her hand. We come across a field of wildflowers, and I get the sudden urge to go out and pick some for her. I grin at her mischievously, and she gives me a curious look. With a wink, I go off into the field and begin picking the most beautiful flowers I can find. Behind me, I can hear her laughing at me. I just hope this isn't the kind of park that you're not supposed to pick flowers from. Within a minute, I have a lovely but small bouquet of flowers in my hand. I puff out my chest as I saunter over to her, my best, suave smile in place. She giggles as I get closer. I hold out the bouquet to her. For you, lovely lady. She smiles softly at me and looks over the flowers. Her expression changes abruptly to one of concern. Damien, drop the flowers. I blink in surprise at her. Drop the flowers? She didn't seem to mind them a second ago. As I open my mouth to ask her what she means, I start to feel something on my hand. Something crawling. Looking down at the flowers, I see a horde of ants all over the flowers and now crawling onto my hands. I grunt and toss the flowers, fighting the urge to start slapping away the ants off my hand. I brush them away calmly instead. Well, so much for picking flowers and being cute. 5 minutes later, we're sitting on a bench. Olivia puts on some anti-inflammatory cream on my hand for the ant bites. She's trying very hard not to laugh, and embarrassment colors my cheeks. There, she says, brushing her thumb over my hand. I think I've got you all patched up. Now I wouldn't recommend interacting with any more wildlife for at least another 3 to 4 days. I snort. Yes, doctor. A soft sort of fondness comes over her face. Then she brings my hand to her lips and brushes a gentle kiss to my knuckles. Keeping my hand in hers, she smiles at me. For braving the unknown for me. The love I feel for her at this moment is almost overwhelming. I squeeze her hand. I'd brave quite a lot of unknowns for you, love. And for a while we just sit there on that park bench together, just enjoying nature and each other's presence. Eventually, we make our way back to our tree and sip some more lemonade and chat. We watch the blue sky melt into golds and pinks and oranges and then turn into night. Laying out on the picnic, we watch the stars, curled up by one another. The sounds of nightlife fill the air around us with the crickets and frogs. I can't remember the last time I just sat out in nature and simply enjoyed the sights and sounds. Then again, I can't remember the last time I had someone so special to share it with. I've been on plenty of fancy dates before. Olivia and I have even been on big fancy dates before. But this feels more precious and sweet than any of those. You know, I just realized something. Olivia murmurs beside me. I just realized that I haven't thought about work all day long, which is unusual for me. Typically, when I have a day off, I can never shut my brain off and just enjoy my day, she admits. I'm always worried about the restaurant, whether or not everything's going smoothly, or if the kitchen's running behind, or heaven forbid there's a fire. It's not that I don't trust my staff, she explains. I'm just so used to staying busy there that I feel too antsy to relax. Then she looks up at me and smiles sweetly. But today I haven't felt that way. Today, for the first time in a long time, I've really and truly felt relaxed and at ease. A smile spreads across my face and I pull her a little tighter to me. Not too long ago, I had the opposite effect on her. She was guarded every moment I was around, afraid I might hurt her at every turn. But now we can find a solace in one another that we can't find with anyone else. I know I certainly haven't been able to. I'm glad, I murmur. I've never felt more at ease either, though I strongly suspect that has to do with my lovely date more than anything. She rolls her eyes but snuggles closer to me. Yes, we've certainly been on fancier dates, but I think this is the best one yet.
Chapter 17. Olivia. I wake up to the sounds of birds chirping and the morning sun spearing through my open curtains. Warmth fills me immediately, but I don't think it's entirely because of the sun. My God, I whisper, wiping the sleep from my eyes. Was that real? Was all of that real? For a second, I convince myself I'm dreaming. Then I reach over and grab my phone to see a couple of text notifications from Damien. He says that he's happy that the date went so well, and he's excited for the next time we do something like that. It was real. I flop back against the pillow, eyes glued to the ceiling. I can't believe this is happening. Life is giving me the chance to start over with Damien again. It's not a ruse or a cruel joke. He wants to be with me, and I want the same, no matter how crabby the distrustful voice in my head gets. My morning routine runs much smoother than normal. Coffee brews while the stove cooks my bacon, eggs, and hash browns. Memories of our date replay in my mind, from the toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwiches that Damien remembered to make for me to the ants that swarmed the bouquet he wanted to give me. It doesn't matter if he's covered in ants. He's still the cutest guy in the world, I say, depositing my food upon a clean plate. I pour myself a fresh cup of coffee, wishing that Damien were here to share the meal with me. I'd be more than happy to cook him his favorites again. Scrolling through his messages while I eat, I can't help but feel my heart flutter. He showers me with compliments and makes me feel as if I'm the only person who matters in this world. He's sweet, with a heart-stopping smile and heart of gold. What's not to love? How he hurt you in the past. My grip tightens on my fork. We can start there. Wow, what a way to kill the mood. There's a glimmer of a point to be made, though. I lost him once. What's the guarantee that it won't happen again? That he'll choose his family over me as soon as they say jump, just how he did before? I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve against better judgment, but the rose-colored glasses have to come off sooner or later, right? I can't ignore the past. Not completely. I can't pretend as if I'm not scared that Damien will jab a knife in the same wound as before. This time, it would hurt a lot more. I would curse myself for allowing that man into my life again. It's a one-way ticket to trust issues for life. Swallowing down my food, I stare at his text messages. There's no point in keeping these emotions to myself. That's a childish thing to do. Something I was particularly adept at when I was a teenager, who didn't know any better. I would keep things to myself and push others away, not realizing that a lot of issues could be solved if you just opened your mouth and talked. Hey, Damien, are you free to talk today? I wince as I send that message, not realizing just how badly my fingers are shaking. I don't usually do stuff like this. Just as I'm about to launch my phone across the kitchen, Damien responds. Sure. I'm at my restaurant, finishing up some things. Stop by whenever you need to. Great. I will. Because if I keep these thoughts to myself, I'm going to combust. Or worse, I'll end up pushing everyone away again. To reflect on how our relationship ended in the past brings up a lot of sour memories. but it's not right to place the blame solely upon his parents. We were both immature, both not in the right headspace for a relationship. This time, we have a chance to do better, so I'm taking it. At least I can say I tried. As I make the drive to his restaurant, my brain's a bit foggy, and I find myself moving on autopilot for most of the journey there. I don't know what I'm going to say when I have him in front of me. He still makes me nervous, even though this man has been a recurring presence in my mind for years now. "You've got this," I whisper, pulling my car into a parking spot and shutting off the engine. He deserves some honesty, transparency. I sit in my car for a minute or two, preparing myself for the incoming conversation. Once I leave the car, I make my way inside, cracking each one of my knuckles on the way in. There's a lot of activity going on. The finishing touches are being set up by the contractors that Damien hired. This is important to him, I can tell. He wants the opening to his restaurant to come second to none. From across the way, I see him talking to another man. I freeze up at the sight, taking in how handsome he looks. Some of his curls are out of place, but it suits him. He's wearing a tight-fitting button-up shirt that tones the muscles of his arms and chest. He's animated while he speaks, making wild gestures with his hands, while the man beside him nods along. He's hot. I want to run to the nearest bathroom and splash my face with cold water. But by the time I make a slight movement, he's already glancing my way. And he's smiling, waving me over. Here it goes. "Olivia, it's so good to see you," he says, meeting me halfway. "Honestly, I'm glad you're here. I wanted to ask your opinion on a few things, since you're the one who's done this all before. Actually, Damien, I wanted to talk about something more serious." I wring my hands as I say this, fighting to keep eye contact with him. "Do you think we can speak somewhere more private?" "Oh, sure. Of course." Damien nods, then ushers me along to the outside patio, where there's fewer wandering eyes and ears that would disrupt our conversation. "What's going on? You seem a bit tense." "That's because I am," I whisper, low enough to be hardly caught by his ears. He leans in closer, about to ask me to repeat, but I beat him to it. "Damien, I really need to know the truth on where you stand on this." "It's killing me." Damien blinks. His mouth slightly falls open. "Olivia, what?" "And I'm not going to take any excuses from you. Okay? I need to know what's going on. I can't open my heart to you and expect nothing in return. I have to get some honesty back, or I'm going to lose it." "What's this about?" "Of course I'm honest with you. I'll tell you everything you need to hear." "If I trust you again, do you promise that you're not going to screw me over like last time?" There's tears welling up in my eyes. I feel them. My heart is beating so fast, and I can't fight them off. I don't want to go through that again. I don't deserve that. "Oh, Olivia." Damien breathes out. He pulls me in close and wraps his arms tightly around my body. He's wearing his usual cologne. As I close my eyes, some tears inadvertently fall onto his shoulder. I didn't realize that you were still so worried about this." "I have every reason to be worried," I reply, sniffling. I frantically wipe at my cheeks, not wanting to break down in front of his restaurant of all places. The last time, it was so hard for me. "You don't have to think about that anymore, Olivia. I promise. This is real. Everything I've told you, everything we've worked towards recently, it's all real. I meant it with everything I have. And I wouldn't trick you like that." He pulls away from me, putting his fingers under my chin to lift up my gaze. I know it's hard to believe me, but it's the truth. I nod. "And I admire you for coming here and telling me this directly. I didn't know that this was still affecting you like this. It was one of the most heartbreaking moments of my life, Damien. The day we called it off," I reply, offering a dry smile. "It's not easy to forget when something like that happens to you. Reaching for my hands, he gives them each a gentle squeeze. Then he raises one of them to his lips, pressing a soft kiss against my knuckles. I want you to know that I'm being genuine. I want this as much as you do. You don't know how happy you made me when you decided to let me back into your life. I didn't deserve it, that's the full truth. If you would have told me to scram and kick rocks, I would have accepted it. Maybe. He grins, running his fingers along my chin. I still would have fought like hell to keep you by my side, but we don't have to get into that right now. You've always been stubborn, I reply. He kisses me on the temple for that comment. Damien wraps an arm around my shoulder, bringing me close. I rest my head against him, breathing in his scent and adoring the way he cradles me to his chest. He makes me feel safe. I'm at home when I'm with him. We're in this together, Olivia, he says eventually, rubbing circles into my skin with his thumb. You have nothing to worry about. I'm never going to leave you. You sure? Absolutely. The road ahead is not going to be easy for us. There will be bumps and potholes, obstacles that threaten to veer us off our path. As long as Damien is by my side, I'll be all right. We're in too deep, and it's too late to back out now.
Chapter 18. Damien. The feeling of my phone buzzing in my pocket distracts me instantly. A small voice in the back of my mind hopes that it's Olivia. As I pull my phone out of my pocket, my head chef walks away, and I feel a small, giddy jump in my chest at her name showing up on my phone. Are you busy today? The black text reads, and my fingers fly in response. Only as busy as most days. Why, what's up? I stare at the chat, and just as I'm about to turn my phone off, the little bubbles pop up. Their rhythmic bouncing tells me she's typing. In the background, the sounds of movers and conversation blend into an ambience. Did you want to come over for brunch? That excitement starts to bubble, and I can feel myself smiling down at my phone. Sure. What time do you want me to come? I know she means the restaurant, and I can bet it won't be until after her lunch rush. She starts to type again, and I decide to just wait for her answer so it doesn't sit on my mind. Be here around 2. See you soon. I press and hold her message, sending a thumbs up in response before closing my phone. Shoving it back into my dress pants, I look around the space. Everywhere around me, people are busy. Painters are working in the back, installing tiles and finishing up the kitchen. In the future dining room, they're still installing the floor. It's a bit of a mess, but I can feel everything finally starting to come together. A little bug in my mind still reaches for the thought that my parents might not be as proud of me as I want, but all I can do is my best. The worry starts to fade as a more pressing thought takes over. Olivia, we've been spending so much time together, and it only confirms the swell in my heart whenever I see her. I have to hold myself back a lot lately. Those 3 words threatening to slip off my tongue every time there's a prolonged moment of silence. The only thing that stops me is I have no idea how she would respond. Positively, she's still skittish, and the last thing I want is to ruin a good thing by jumping the gun. I take a few long strides closer to the door and stand on the boards placed down by the contractors. A man, one of the painters, walks up with a hat in hand. Mr. St. Clair, could you step into the kitchen with me? He asks, and I snap back into focus. I hope everything is all right. Yeah, of course. Everything going good? He starts walking away at a quickened pace, and I follow him closely. Yeah, everything's fine. I just wanted to show you how it was going before you left. I assume you're leaving? I glance down at my watch. It's only 12:45. I wasn't planning on leaving just yet, but in about an hour I will be gone for a bit. He nods quickly and pushes the kitchen door open. As we step inside, the whole vibe has changed. The room is a light cerulean with marbled black tile meeting it at the ground. It's better than I thought it would be. We're just on the last round of paint, but I was wondering if you wanted the tile to go up the wall as well. We can tile up to around where the counters would be, or make a fake brick section around the stoves. I think it would do the kitchen well to break up the flat blue. Once he's done explaining, I look away from our conversation and stare at the wall. That would make it look better. Can you find a dark brick? One that's more of a maroon or wine red color? I don't want an orange brick lay, I say. He nods. I was even going to suggest maybe gray to keep it a cool-toned look. Perfect. Find a sample and a quote. When I come back later, I'll tell you if we should put in an order. The door is unlocked for me when I push it, not to my surprise. The restaurant is empty, and it's just Olivia by the hosting stand when I walk in. Hey, she says, excitement in her voice. I instantly perk up and walk toward her with vigor. I gave everyone an hour and a bit since we don't open back up until 4, she explains. In a small corner of my mind, I'm elated. She wants to be alone with me. Before my thoughts can drag me any further, Olivia waves me over toward the kitchen. Are we cooking again? We have unmatchable chemistry in the kitchen, and the thought of being close to her again makes me practically giddy. I found a recipe that looks really good, so I thought we could try and make it together. She gestured to an open book on the counter, and I walk over to her. Looking down at the book, it's a recipe for an asparagus and zucchini frittata. I tilt my head to the side slightly, and she looks up at me with a hopeful gaze. Perfect, I agree. She starts zooming around the kitchen, pulling out all the prep tools for the meal. Could you grab the ingredients? They should all be in the fridge, except for the baked goods, but you know where those are. She laughs softly, and I feel lighter than air. Walking around to the fridge, I start pulling out everything I can remember from skimming the recipe. Eggs, zucchini, asparagus, feta, peppers. I place it all on the counter, closing the fridge before heading back over to the book. What else did I need? I make note of all the herbs and grab a small knife to cut them off the fresh plants lining the wall. I slice a few pieces of each and wash them in the sink. Laying them out individually, I can see that Olivia has finished setting up the prep area. Do you want me to prep the veggies or the base? I ask. She thinks for a minute. Whenever she's deep in thought, her face scrunches up slightly, like she's physically working out her ideas. It's adorable. You can prep the veggies. She gestures to my new workspace, and I chuckle as I walk over. I don't think I forgot anything, I say. She nods. I'm sure you didn't. You are practically a 5-star chef now yourself, owning a restaurant and all, she teases. Hey, owning a place doesn't make you cook better. She gives me a melodic chuckle. I guess that's fair, but you are a really good cook. She offhandedly compliments me. It takes an extensive amount of effort not to blurt those 3 words out. I stifle my breath for a moment, truly caught off guard. Before the silence elapses over too long, I give her a goofy but tight smile. Thanks, Olivia. It takes one to know one. She smiles big, but her eyes avert from mine. God, it's getting harder and harder to stop myself. The lines are getting blurrier, and the last thing I want is to push it too far. She feels like a butterfly I'm trying to catch in a jar. If I move too fast, she'll flutter away for good. Instead, I pick up the knife. I hear an egg crack against the counter a few feet away. We start to prep in silence. Only the sound of the knife and her mixing fills the room. She breaks the comfort with an easy question, one that I happily answer. How's the renovation going? I heard down the grapevine that a lot of people were walking in and out of your place today. I can feel her glance at me, but by the time I finish cutting the peppers, she's already looked away. It's good. The painter actually had a suggestion for the kitchen, which I think will look nice. We're going to put in those fake bricks to break up the walls. She hums slightly, and for a minute, I forget what I'm doing. My mind is full, our interactions all leading toward the idea that maybe she's ready to hear me say those words. Am I reading the signs? Or making them up as I go? I can't be imagining our connection, and it's clear she wants me around just as much as I want to be around. But is that enough? I wish I had answers. Damn, how much asparagus did I need? I walk back over to the book. I start to skim the recipe, and at the same time, Olivia comes back around to peer over my side. She's incredibly close, and that sweet cinnamon scent wafts off her in the best way. My eyes leave the page, trailing to her beautiful face, intent on reading the book. She doesn't notice me looking for a long moment, but when she does, her eyes lock on mine. Feels like time comes to a full stop. She doesn't look away, and neither do I. I'm closer to her than I have been in a long time, and it's safe. I want to hold us here at this moment forever, where nothing can get to us. In a time and place where the outside doesn't matter, people can't tell us we're wrong. I'd force the world out for her. I have to. I promised her.
Chapter 19. Olivia. As I'm sifting through the mail at home, a laminated paper catches the light in such a way that it draws all my attention. I find myself pulling it out of the middle of the pack and staring down at the art. It's a painted photograph of Baltimore. The letters of the city's name are splayed along the bottom right corner in a cartoony fashion. It looks like a watercolor print, with the waterfront lining a city skyline of colorful buildings. Who would send me a postcard from my home city? Any family that would write to me wouldn't send a postcard. Maybe it was sent to the wrong address? I flip the card over, and sure enough, my name and address are written in a neat script. I start to skim down the words. There aren't many. A pre-printed message on one side. Sending love from Baltimore. I start to read the handwritten note, and as soon as I do, the realization sets in. Hope you're having a good day. I saw this postcard on my walk to the restaurant and thought you would like the art. It's got the same style as William Henry's. See you soon. Damien. He thought I would like the art, so he sent me a postcard of it. A small smile starts to spread across my lips, and I flip the postcard back over. The gesture stacks along with all the others. He's been so sweet lately. Every time I think he's outdone himself with kind thoughts and caring gifts, he tops it again. I walk over to my dining room table and prop the postcard up against a vase of flowers he sent me a few days ago, just because he thought the one flower in the bouquet looked like it would go well with my eyes. My heart nearly melted when I read that. It's a scary concept, falling in love with someone again. Every time he does something like this, there's a nagging part of my brain that doesn't think it's going to last. Can something as pure and good as this last? Attention is something fickle, a forced action you have to consciously do. But Damian never let me down in that way before. Even a decade ago, he always put my comfort and happiness at the top of his list. Before it gets too late, I grab my bag and head out the front door. My keys had been tightly sitting in my hand that whole time, and there is a small indent where the odd shape pressed a little too tightly. Guess I got caught up in myself again. I lock my door and quickly make my way down the steps. I don't have far to go before I get to the restaurant. Today's walk feels especially short, and before I know it, I'm already at the storefront. I need to talk to someone. Jenna. She should be working today, and we still have about an hour until the place starts filling up. I walk in, and the front waitstaff gives me a cheerful wave. I wave back, albeit a bit distracted. When I walk back to the kitchen, Jenna is prepping away. "Hey," I announce, just to avoid sneaking up on her. She nods and finishes her chopping. The rhythmic sound of a knife cutting through greens ends abruptly. "What's up?" Jenna asks. I raise an eyebrow. "Nothing." I play coy, but her look flattens, and she tilts her head with a dubious look. Fine. Damien sent me a postcard today." I trail off, and she waves with her knife-free hand. I hold my own hand up, silently telling her to calm down. She grabs another bundle of greens and starts up her motions again. He said on the back of it that he thought I would like the art, and he sent me those flowers a few days ago. I stop talking, really starting to feel overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, Jenna stops her cutting halfway through, and I watch as she puts the knife down. "You're saying all this like it's a bad thing. He's just showing you that he's thinking about you." She speaks with her youthful optimism, and I can't help but lighten up a smidge as she keeps going. You should let yourself be happy. You deserve it. And in all the time I've known you, he's made you 1,000,000 times happier than anything else has. She picks her knife back up again and goes back to work. Her words start to sink in. She's right. Of course she is. Every time I'm with him, it feels like I'm weightless. He treats me like a queen, and I couldn't imagine my life with anyone else. But even still, that tiny little voice in my head tells me that it's not going to work out. If it didn't work in the past, who's to say it's going to work now? Jenna watches me carefully as she puts the chopped prep into airtight containers. She stacks them one on top of another and then walks over to the fridge with them balanced in one arm. You know I'm right? Her sing-song voice rings out. She casts me a big smile as she pushes the containers onto the shelves. I purse my lips slightly, but the look pulls into a smile eventually. As good as she is at knowing what's best, I still wish the two sides of me agreed. I need to get my head in the game before my work really picks up for the night. I'm gonna go settle in the office, and I'll be back in a bit to help. I mutter distractedly. She gives me a humming noise of agreement as she cleans up after herself. And with that, I walk away. Before I can even push the door to my office open, a low voice clearing his throat behind me grabs my attention. Hey, Damian says once our eyes meet. Of course, right now. I'm swimming in my thoughts, and yet as soon as he greets me, my thoughts clear right out of my mind. He walks forward with 2 takeaway cups in his hands. I brought you a coffee. I know you have a later night tonight, and I wanted to make sure you had all the energy you needed. He holds the cup out for me, and I take it graciously. Thank you. I take a sip of it, and it's perfect. He brought me my favorite drink, out of the blue, because he remembered my schedule. My face must not hold any inkling of secrecy. His smile spreads more as he speaks again. I remembered your order from a few weeks ago. I got one for myself. It's pretty good. He takes a sip of his drink, and I laugh slightly as I open my office door. Did you want to come in? I ask. And he stops me with a gentle hand on my arm. His energy has completely changed, and for a second, I'm concerned. Olivia, I love you, he says. The 3 words, I am stunned, and for a long moment we stare at each other. His assured tone is betrayed by his growing anxious look. There's no one else around, and we're as alone as we're going to get in a place like this. Once the initial shock wears off, the words fall out of my mouth like they were never meant to stay there in the first place. I love you too. I stare up at my ceiling. It's dark. The only lights are the ones from the street lamps casting a shadow on the window above me. I keep hearing the words, what he said. I can't stop seeing his face and how vulnerable it looked waiting to see if I would say it back. The weight is off my chest, and it has been since I told him I loved him too. It felt right. Work after that was boring, but I filled the time thinking about us. I still am, and it's what's keeping me up now. I had these thoughts a decade ago. Our future together, the white picket fence, 3 kids, a loving home. It still brings a flutter to my chest, like I'm thinking about it for the first time all over again. I start to think about falling asleep with him, curled up against his chest, feeling safe in his arms. The only thing that beat it was waking up with him the next morning. Having him press a kiss to my forehead and wishing me a good morning. I'd love to do it all over again. 10 years from now, I want the same thing with him, every day, even kids, hopefully. We had a conversation a long time ago about us together. We both agreed that we wanted 3, the first 2 close together and the last a few years later. Closing my eyes, I can picture it now. We would have to get a bigger car to fit everyone in comfortably. Damien likes driving more than I do, so he would be the main driver. We would drop the kids off, and then he could drop me off at work. I let out a compressed sigh. Even thinking about it now makes my heart want to swell. I have a smile so big it threatens to hurt my cheeks. Rolling over onto my side, I close my eyes, and my hand stretches out to the pillow beside me. My bed feels all too empty now. My heart wants this, more than anything else. If only my head could get on board.
Chapter 20, Damien. Everything is going according to schedule. Mr. St. Clair? Yes, I answer. I turn around just in time to see one of the designers walking over. He's holding a phone to his ear and a tablet in his other hand. The wallpaper for the women's bathroom is on back order. They're offering a replacement at no extra charge. Did they say how long it would take? I ask. I take the offered tablet and start sorting through the selections. It was not an overly feminine wallpaper, and it did not seem like it was so popular either. Then again, the whole process was running too smoothly, with the renovations nearly complete. It was only a matter of time before a wrench was thrown in the gears, no matter how minor. I've already increased the amount of time that I've spent working, though the time that I have had to spend with Olivia has gone down. As a fellow restaurant owner and chef, she has to understand. The hours that our profession demands are not those kept by the average worker. Some days start as early as 5 a.m. and go on well into the night. It is no excuse, I know. This one. I select the new wallpaper and hand the tablet back to the designer. Thank you. He takes it and leaves again. Maybe I should take Olivia out for dinner. Give both of us time out of a kitchen, out of our own spaces. I might be able to convince her if I tell her it is to scope out our competition. There are plenty of high-end restaurants in the area, as well as mom and pop-style diners that hold on tight to their customers. I need to ease her worries about us. I'm trying my best to show my sincerity towards her. The days are simply stacked against us. I do not want her to think that I showered her with affection only to pull it out from under her feet. Again, once the dust settles and the restaurant is opened and running smoothly, I will take the time to make things right with Olivia. I do not want her doubting my feelings. If that means taking her to Greece for a romantic getaway, then that is what I will do. Until then, however, it might not be a bad idea to call an early night and spend some time with her, so long as she accepts the offer. Taking out my phone, I send her a quick text. Come over tonight. I'll make dinner, and we can watch a movie. You pick. Olivia's response comes in a handful of minutes later. I'm done at 8. It is that confirmation that gets me through the rest of my afternoon. What a day, Olivia says when we meet up later. She sits on the couch, full from a delicious chicken Alfredo, and sighs contentedly. Busy? I ask. I settle down next to her, placing our glasses of wine on the coffee table. No more than usual, but we were down a runner tonight. That means less time in the kitchen for Olivia, since she seems to have a need to pick up slack herself instead of telling someone else to do it. Olivia hums, picking up the remote and scrolling through the streaming app. It seems like the more that gets released, the less there is to watch. Your phone is buzzing, she says, not looking away from the screen. I blink and pick my phone up off the table and answer the video call. Hello? Hello? Is that how you greet your mother? Olivia's posture stiffens beside me. I sigh softly. Sorry, Mother. What do I owe the pleasure of hearing your voice? Drop the attitude, Damien. This is a short call. Your father and I are coming to see the restaurant. We will be attending the opening as well. You don't... I'm cut off by the call ending. I stare at the dark screen for a moment before looking over at Olivia. Her lips are pursed and her brows furrowed. Hey, it'll be all right, I say. I put my arm around her shoulders and pull her into my side. I do not know who I am trying harder to convince, her or myself. I will not let my parents come between us again. As the days pass and the work continues with no sign of my parents, things remain the same. The tension around Olivia's shoulders is noticeable. I have no idea how to reassure her further. Yes, my parents came between us the first time, but this time will be different. Damien, darling. My mother's voice cuts over the sound of hammers and power tools. I look up from the tablet screen. I'm busy answering emails and finalizing the VIP list for the opening. There is a lot of work left to do before the soft opening in 5 days. I cannot believe that in less than a week the doors will be opening for the first time. Damien, the lines are all set. They said to give it half an hour before turning the dishwasher on, Olivia says as she walks out of the kitchen. Her and my mother reach me in the middle at the same time. Olivia, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt with her hair pulled back into a ponytail, is prepared to work and help where she can. My mother is the opposite. In her silk blouse and flowing dress pants, she looks like she is ready to go to a charity dinner, not a construction site. Mom. I greet her with a smile. I hand Olivia the tablet and give my mother a hug. She kisses my cheeks and cups my face. You look well, she says. I am doing well. Thank you, I tell her. There's my boy, my father says. He comes up to stand beside my mother. His own suit leads me to believe that this is not their final step. There's another purpose for their afternoon besides intimidating the working class. Dad? I turn to him and nod. He's not a tactile man. I would have been more likely to shake his hand than get a hug. I see the moment they both notice Olivia. Neither one of them bothers to mask their faces. Have they always looked at her like that? I doubt it, but maybe they are still under the impression that Olivia is after their money. You remember Olivia? I ask them, putting an arm around Olivia's waist and holding her close. She has been a huge help during the whole process, even though she has her hands full with her own restaurant. You mean sabotaging your efforts? My mother sniffs the air. Not at all, I tell her. The tension radiates off of Olivia. Her whole body is stiff against mine. I don't spend enough time here to do any lasting damage. Olivia goes for a joke, but it falls flatter than her tone. My parents are unmoved in their stance. Would you like to see the menu? I ask, taking the tablet back and pulling up the PDF file. Olivia helped me to finalize it. Looking over the menu, my parents do not look any more impressed. Saffron risotto with forest mushrooms, my mother reads. The disdain in her voice is as thick as the dish. No one is going to order a dish that sounds like it was made in a shack in the woods. Actually, the dish is quite popular among the elite in France, Olivia says. Her teeth click as she clenches her jaw. That dish was one of her suggestions that made it past our final cutting. It was something that she was proud of, though it did not fit with her own menu and style. We both agreed that it would go well on mine. My mother waves her hand. This isn't France, it's Baltimore. Which is why I chose it. I jump in. I know my dad will only take my mother's side, and I do not need a fight to break out. The nagging is what put distance between Olivia and I in the first place. A distance that is reappearing in Olivia's stance. The light in her eyes dulls as her own insecurities start coming back. All of the ingredients can be locally sourced. Everyone loves it when you can say that everything was bought at the local farmer's market, I explain. In that case, why is there so little seafood? Dad chimes in. Because it's Baltimore and everyone serves seafood. I want to stand out. I hope that Olivia can see me standing on her side, even as my parents go to look around the rest of the space. They walk around humming and hawing, poking and critiquing. My mother's ability to hone in on all of Olivia's suggestions and tear them down is a sixth sense. Just tell them to leave, Olivia says. She pulls me to the side of the kitchen. The sound of the dishwasher now doing a test run is loud enough to give us privacy. I'm not going to tell them to leave, I tell her. It is not like my parents are actually causing any harm. Not really. They haven't come right out and said anything against her. There's no way Olivia is that upset over the risotto and light fixtures. If you don't, then I'm going home. It's not that big of a deal, I snap. I instantly wish I could take it back. Olivia takes a step back. I might as well have raised my hand to her the way she reacts to the words. Without another word, she storms out of the kitchen. 2 days later, the opening is fast approaching. I still have not heard from Olivia since the incident in the kitchen. I know I messed up, and I have no idea how to fix it. Not with her ignoring me. Not with the opening just around the corner.
Chapter 21. Olivia. Damian's parents remain a dark stain on my mood, a storm cloud hovering just above my head, getting ready to pour down its wrath at any given moment. I wonder if maybe I am being a little overdramatic. A lot of time has passed since Damien and I were together. Though by the tone of their voices and the disdain in their eyes, they think I will never be good enough for their son, and I am starting to think that they are right. Again. Too bad that there is no new culinary exploit I can run off to this time. Earth to Olivia. Come in, chef. I blink. Jenna crosses her arms in front of her, hip jutting out to the side. Sorry, I spaced out. She laughs. It is not an entirely thrilled sound, even if it is genuine. What's wrong? I ask. Service is still a little slow. During the lull between the lunch rush and the dinner service, there were a handful of people sitting in the dining room, having drinks and ordering appetizers just for something to snack on. So nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing to make Jenna bite her lip and look anxious. Damien is here, she says. My shoulders tense. I have been avoiding him the last couple of days. Ever since his parents came to town and he told me I was overreacting. I do not know what he expects me to do. The way they talk to me and act like all my efforts are meaningless. There is only so much my soul can take. That's not all of it, is it? I already know the answer. He brought his parents with him. Who knows what his reasoning is? I don't really care to find out. No one said I have to go into the dining room. I am the head chef, for crying out loud. Jenna shakes her head. He's with, I'm assuming, his parents. There is no assuming. They are his parents. 2 marble statues dressed in tailored silks and real pearls. Honestly, these 2 walk around Baltimore begging to be mugged, even in the good part of the city. Peering into the dining room from the window in the door, I can see them. They are not sitting so close that they could spot me, but I can watch them clearly. His mother's nose wrinkles as she looks at the menu. His father's eyebrows raise at the wine selection in his hand. I should probably go say hello. Don't sound so enthusiastic, Jenna teases. I'll try to curb it once I'm out there, I tell her. I push the door open and make my way over to their table. I would have liked to have stayed in the kitchen, but that would only be giving them what they want. My complete and total surrender. I will not give them that satisfaction, not when they are sitting in my restaurant. The change in the atmosphere happens instantly, just as soon as his mother's eyes land on me. Lynn, the she-devil, raises her voice just enough for it to carry the distance remaining between us. It's rather dead. I thought you said this place was a destination. Mom? Damien shakes his head. He has not seen me yet, sitting back to the kitchen and the window. We are a destination, Mrs. St. Clair, I tell them as I come to stand next to Damien. My hand rests on the back of his seat. He looks up and smiles. I had asked the server to tell you to join us. I'm working, I tell him. I would rather not sit with them. Evidently. Lynn. Damien's father chuckles, though Andrew does nothing more to stop his wife from saying whatever thoughts cross her mind. Damien is just as unaffected. His smile does not even waver, even as my own stomach churns with anxiety. Have you had a lunch break yet? He asks. No, I reply before I can think better of it. I should have said yes. It would have given me an excuse to return to the safety of the back of the house. Then join us. He pulls out the chair opposite of his mother. With all 3 of them watching me, I have no choice but to sit. My posture stiffens as I sit, wearing my chef's coat. It's something I tell my own staff not to do. The server comes over with the water. I am not at all surprised to see that both Lynn and Andrew Street Clare ordered something sparkling. It's just as salty and bitter as they are. Still water is beneath them, even if ours is served bottled and not from the tap. When the server sees me, she wavers. I give her a small smile and nod, trying to tell her that it is fine without saying the words. Are you ready to order or what is the chef's catch? Lynn cuts her off. The woman's eyes bore into the side of my face. The poor girl blinks before catching herself. She clears her throat. Today's catch is grilled halibut with mango salsa, served on a carrot and parsnip puree with an avocado drizzle. Well, that seems awfully plain, Lynn says. Her tone conveys further just how boring she finds the dish. My knuckles tighten on my lap as I dig my nails into the palms of my hands. I will not apologize for a dish I created this morning. The catch, like our soup du jour, changes every day. It takes a moment, but they finally give the server their orders. After shooting down every suggestion and recommendation, of course. After putting my employee through a pop quiz on nearly every menu item, too. She seems incompetent, Andrew says. The server stumbles, catching herself before knocking into anything. I frown. You would be nervous, too, if someone started questioning you in front of your boss, and on your second shift. I wouldn't, Andrew says confidently. Perhaps then the fault is not on the employee but the employer. The restaurant manager is in charge of training the front of house staff, Damian chimes in. And Olivia puts a lot of thought and care into who she hires. Her staff is some of the best in the city. Then perhaps you ought to offer them employment, Damien. I'm sure they are not being paid what their quality is worth here. I already have a full staff, is all he says to counter his mother. I do not know what his goal is here. Does he want us to get along? Is he trying to smooth over what happened last time? Or show us that the other is not so bad? No matter what is going on here, it does not sit well in my chest. I push my chair back and stand. Damien reaches over and grabs my wrist. Where are you going? That order was pretty big, and it's just Jenna back there right now. I'm going to go give her a hand. Yes? Go do your job. Lynn smiles all too sweetly. I am overcome with the sudden urge to burn the place to the ground with them in it. I am positive I can claim the insurance still. Damien nods, letting go. My skin tingles where his hand was. But he does not say anything else. Escape comes quickly. Even if I do my best to appear normal, my muscles are still tense as I make my way to the back of house. That bad? Jenna asks as soon as the door closes. Worse. The nausea is crawling up my throat. I close my eyes and take a few deep breaths. I try to push back the memories. The cold stares and hard glares. The sharp words that dripped so sweetly but were laced with a venom that ran deep. Wounds that carved scars into my heart and soul. I did not run away from Damien. I ran from his parents. From their constant judgment and disapproval. Even after all these years, sitting in the middle of my success and passion, they still do not think that I will be enough for their son. Even one in the process of opening his own restaurant, instead of running back to the main house to take over the family business. The St. Clairs are more like a mafia than a vineyard run by a family of sommeliers. Their presence is about the same. Andrew and Lynn must still see Damien as the rebellious little boy, slumming around with the regular folks and finding himself. I have a feeling they will try to take him back at the end of it all, and if he decides to go, then that will truly be it for us. Their life is not one I will ever be welcomed in. As much as I want Damien to choose me over his parents, I also do not want to cause a rift between them. Food's up, Jenna says. She puts a hand on my shoulder and smiles. Thanks, Jenna, I say. I help her move the food into the window as the runner comes up with a smile. I'll be back here if you need me, she says. Don't worry, I won't be long, I tell her. It is the truth. I only ordered a small appetizer for myself. The excuse that it is only my lunch break is as good as any. The meal goes about as pleasant as I thought it would. Though his parents do not outright say anything, the way they push the food around their plates is telling enough. Neither one of them even bother with ordering a wine to pair with the seafood. However, I get a break from them when an 8-top comes in. It is a small reprieve, but does not last long enough. "Well?" Damien asks. He is the only one that finished his plate when I rejoin them. Lynn sets her fork down. More than half of her dish is untouched. "Well, what? How are you finding it?" He tries again. I would rather not know her honest opinion. "It's fine." "What your mother means is that we had a large meal before coming here," Andrew says. Not at all in a way to console my feelings, but to placate Damien's. He reaches over and grabs my hand and squeezes it. It's a small gesture, but one that makes me think that there might still be some hope, that he has not completely left my corner.
Chapter 22. Damien, she isn't talking to me. My restaurant opens tomorrow, and Olivia has not spoken to me at all in the past 24 hours. I try to keep myself busy and away from my phone, but it's difficult. I keep checking my notifications. I keep looking at my messages, hoping that her name will be the next one that pops to the top of them because of a recent message. But nope. Nothing. What if she's just busy? What if you're overreacting and everything is fine? No, I say, shaking my head as I pace up and down my bedroom. I run a hand through my hair, thinking about what I can do. Everything is not fine. To be honest, there's nothing I can do at this point. Do I show up to her restaurant unannounced and ask why she hasn't spoken to me? I would look deranged. She would have every right to kick me out and never speak to me again. If I did that. The radio silence from Olivia is driving me crazy, though. She's the only person I want to talk to, but she's not interested. I'm ignoring literally everyone else who's trying to talk to me right now in the hopes that Olivia will be the one to contact me next. Each time, my hopes are slashed and stomped on. God, I need a drink. I take the first bottle of wine I see in my kitchen, pop it open, and pour myself a generous glass. Again, I'm trying to pretend as if I don't care about my phone notifications. It's a tactic, you see. Pretend you don't care, and suddenly the thing you want most will happen. Even still, it doesn't seem to matter. Olivia doesn't text, she doesn't call, and she sure as hell doesn't show up to my doorstep to talk things out. The third option is a pipe dream of mine, I know. I made a mistake, didn't I whisper, tapping my fingers along my kitchen countertop. What if she doesn't care? What if she doesn't want anything with me anymore? I thought things were going so well, but as I think about how dinner with my parents went, my frown deepens and my heart beats faster. By the end of the meal, Olivia didn't look impressed at all. In fact, she looked ready to run for the hills and never look back. Tossing my head back, I guzzle down the wine and pour myself some more. My alcohol tolerance is higher than most, so that doesn't do much to faze me. My senses aren't numbed as much as I'd like them to be. Instead, I'm nervously picking at my lips as I stand helplessly in my kitchen. My phone is a few inches away from me, face down. I don't even want to look at my notifications anymore. It makes me sick to my stomach. I really thought that Olivia and I had squashed our issues of the past. I thought we were better than that and more mature, but I guess not. I also believed, perhaps foolishly, that I would be able to win her back. Am I crazy for convincing myself that I saw some progress with her? I know I did. Whenever she was around me, I could feel her walls breaking down. She was becoming more vulnerable around me. Things were becoming how they used to be, before I screwed everything up. Did I manage to do that again? I ask myself. I look around at my empty home, suddenly feeling a bit more queasy. Taking my wine bottle and my glass, I head to my study and plop down at my office desk. A deep sigh leaves me as I close my eyes and try to focus on the positives of this situation. There aren't many. I'm scratching at the walls of my brain, trying to figure out how to turn my circumstances into something less unbearable. My restaurant. Of course, it opens tomorrow. What am I doing, moping around with a bottle of wine? I have a lot of work to do. I'm a business owner, for God's sake. I can't do this to myself. I'm setting myself up for failure before ever really giving myself a chance to succeed. Cracking my fingers, I reach for my laptop and start working. I start messaging the people who I imagine will attend the opening. Investors, colleagues, old friends, all of them. I start messaging some food critics in town. I need them on my side if I want this to go well, so I turn up the charm and promise a stunning event if they come. I'm fairly confident that I have a good opening planned, though I keep my ego in check, considering I have never done something like this before. Maybe I should have asked Olivia more questions about this whole thing before she went ghost on me. Oh well. Live and learn. I glance at the time, remembering the dinner my parents planned for me later today. I reach for my phone, about to send my mother a text on what the meal would be tonight, when I finally receive it. My heart stops. Almost. I stare down at my phone, frozen in time. Olivia is calling. This is what I wanted, and yet I can't bring myself to answer the call. A part of me wants to push her away. She worried me the whole day. And for what? What did I even do? That's petty of you. Real petty, I whisper, shaking my head. I'm a grown man, I'm better than that. So I answer the call and put it on speaker. Hello. Hey. What's up? I try to stare at my computer screen. I'm in the middle of drafting an email to another renowned food critic in town, but with Olivia on the line, I can't bring myself to think of any new words to say. The only thing on my screen is hi there. I wasn't expecting you to call, to be honest. Why's that? I don't know, I reply sheepishly. Is she serious? It didn't seem like you wanted to talk to me today, that's all. Silence. Then I hear a sigh from her end. Well, I've been busy. I have a restaurant to run, too. Yes, of course. I understand. I'm at the bottom of your priority list, I can tell. Excuse me. Honestly, Olivia, I don't know what to think anymore. With the way you're acting, I don't even know if you're going to show up to my opening tomorrow. She scoffs. How could you say that to me? You're not being fair right now, Damien. Of course I'm coming. I want to support you. Oh, well, thanks. Unless you're implying that I'm no longer welcome to attend. And in that case... No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I bite my tongue, keeping my snarky comments to myself. Of course you're welcome. I just didn't know where we stood anymore, that's all. Honestly, me neither. The call ends and I'm left in a state of shock. What the hell? Did I just mess things up even more? A loud groan falls from my lips. I don't want to work anymore. I can't stand being in this tiny room. I get up, gather my phone, and get ready to see my parents for dinner at a fancy restaurant they chose because it has an elite guest list or something. It's for a shallow reason, that's all I know. They're already waiting for me at the reserved table by the time I arrive. I'm in no mood for pleasantries, but I do my best to keep a smile on my face and nod along with their idle chat. I don't want to arouse suspicion in them. I can't handle any prying questions into my personal life right now. So, my mother rests her elbows on the table and leans in a little closer. About this relationship you have with that Olivia girl. Oh God, I breathe, pinching the bridge of my nose. Come on, Mom. I don't want to talk about this right now. Honey, this is probably going to be one of the few times where I'm able to discuss this issue with you. And yes, I'm calling it an issue, because it is one. She reaches out for my wrist, beckoning me to look at her. Please, Damien, come to your senses and leave that girl. What? She's not good enough for this family, my dear, she continues. I'm fighting to keep my mouth shut at this point. You need to stop seeing her before things get out of hand. I look to my dad, expecting him to say something, but he keeps his eye on his plate and remains quiet. My jaw clenches. How could you say that to me, Mom? I want the best for you. You know this. As your mother, I really don't think that this Olivia girl is the right woman for you. Damien, you have many other options to choose from. You're young, handsome, with with a bright future ahead. Don't tie yourself down to a woman who isn't worth it. Wow. Her words are like a kick to the teeth. Olivia was right. She's always been right about this. I tried to bury my head in the sand and ignore the obvious, but now it's as glaring as the veins popping out of my forearms from how tight my fists are clenched. My parents don't want Olivia as part of the family. Olivia knew this. No wonder she's been distant towards me. No wonder she's trying to keep our interactions to a minimum. Every snarky thing they have said over the past few days drums through my brain. I knew my parents were snobs. I kept chalking it up to that, their usual inability to connect with anyone without causing offense. I even told Olivia she was overreacting. It turns out she was right all along. Every veiled insult was deliberate and targeted, and I didn't take Olivia's side like I promised I would. Fear grips onto my heart. Is history repeating itself? Am I really about to lose Olivia again because of my parents? No, I can't let this happen again. I won't let it happen again, no matter what my parents think.
Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at Vixavonromance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixavon Romance. Chapter 23. Olivia. I sigh. I'm in the middle of my restaurant's kitchen, dressed to the nines for an event that I really don't want to attend anymore. I thought I did, but I'm having second thoughts about the whole thing. There's not many customers in my restaurant because of Damian's opening. I don't mind that. Deep in my heart, I'm happy for him. He's accomplishing something amazing, and I couldn't be more proud. But God, do I really have to go to the opening and probably run into his parents? I can't stand the accusatory glares and snobbish comments. It doesn't bode well for my mental health. I shouldn't be doing this, I whisper, gripping tightly on the counter and closing my eyes. I really shouldn't be doing this. Ha! That's the face I make after eating a bag of hot chips by myself. I jolt, seeing Jenna entering the kitchen. She sends me a knowing look. Today's the big day, isn't it? So why do you look like that? Isn't it obvious? I retort, huffing out an exasperated breath. I'm happy for Damien and all, but I'll have to face his parents. And I really don't want to do that right now. They ruined the mood that much, huh? Jenna winces, crossing her arms over her chest. Sorry about that. That lunch the other day? I shake my head, not even wanting to remember how I felt with those people sitting near me. It didn't go so well. I could feel their judgment just by the way they looked at me. They're the type to make it clear that they think they're better than you just with a look. Well, I would expect that from old, snobby, rich people like them. They like to think the world revolves around them most of the time. Jenna tilts her head. What does Damien do about that? Does he say anything? That's the issue. He didn't provide me with much support after that horrid encounter. We didn't even talk about it. And then he had the gall to act surprised that I didn't want to speak to him after the fact. On what world is he living in, really? I sigh. Not really. Yikes. I'd feel more confident about this whole thing if I felt that Damien was putting me first before his parents. But I don't feel that at all. I admit. My voice wavers for the first time, and it's a chilling reminder that this situation terrifies me. I'm afraid that one day he's going to decide that his parents were right and leave me. He'd be the biggest idiot in the world if he decided to do that. No real man would allow Mommy and Daddy to dictate his life choices. If I'm being honest with you. Glancing up, I see a fire in Jenna's eyes. This conversation has animated her, much to my surprise. She's never been one to enjoy seeing her friends go through something difficult. It feels good to know that she sees me in that light, that she considers me her friend, even though I'm still her boss. Yeah, I agree, I say, pushing myself off the counter. My hands are clammy. But I can't ignore the feelings that I have for him. I love him a lot. I want the best for him. The fact that he's opening his own restaurant is the best thing in the world, but... Jenna clicks her tongue. She nods her head slowly. Yeah, I know what's going on with you. You're too afraid of getting closer to him. You're afraid of the same old mistakes of the past rearing their ugly head. For a girl that's a few years younger than me, Jenna knows how to bring me back down to her level. Sometimes, I forget that she's the one who I'm supposed to be training, not the other way around. The girl is wise beyond her years. I'll give her that. I know that you're afraid. I would be too. But I don't think you should hold yourself back from taking that risk and seeing if you can find happiness again. I see sympathy in Jenna's eyes, as well as a tenderness that warms my heart. That would be an even bigger mistake to make. So you're saying I should go? Yes. Absolutely. Go to his restaurant and show your support. I'm sure he'll be looking for you in the crowd, and he'd be torn to pieces if you didn't come. Damien may be many things, but I don't think he's a malicious guy. He's a little too impressionable, though, I remark. Especially when it comes to his parents. They've probably pampered him his whole life. He probably thinks he's indebted to them or something, as if he owes them control over his decisions. I pause, thinking about when I first met him. When we slummed it out in that restaurant together, I really thought that he was different. He didn't seem like the type to let his parents get into his head. But when we tried to merge our lives, he never seemed to see just how cruel they could be. He wasn't always like that. Look at the decisions he's made since then. I mean, he got a place in Baltimore, right? Maybe he really does intend to stay on the other side of the country from them. That wouldn't be so bad, would it? Jenna makes her way towards me. What I want you to know is that no matter what Damien decides to do here on out, you're worth so much more than you know. Jenna, I'm serious. I mean, look at you. At 29, you're an amazing chef who runs her own restaurant. How many people can say the same thing? Jenna raises her eyebrows, waiting for an answer. That's right. You're quiet because you don't even know. His parents make me feel like the grime underneath their shoes, though. Who cares what those bigoted old bats think? Jenna replies. I snort at that description of them. You shouldn't worry about what they think. It doesn't matter. They're old, and their perceptions on life, culture, and society are even more decrepit. Yeah? Finally, for the first time in a long time, I start feeling my confidence seep back into my body. You're right. Of course I am. Jenna takes my wrist and shakes it gently. You're amazing, Olivia. You're the best thing that could have happened to Damien. It's his loss if he doesn't realize it by now. He had a second chance at being with you, and if he messes it up again, that's on him, not you. Feeling rejuvenated after that conversation with Jenna, I head to the opening of Damien's restaurant with a new perspective in mind. I'm worth so much more than what his parents think of me. If they don't like me, who cares? Damien will have to make the choice eventually. Will he choose me? Or will he allow his parents to get in the way of his happiness again? I hope he chooses the former. But if he doesn't, there's nothing I can do to help him. He's a lost cause. You can do this, I say to myself, watching as people pile into the restaurant. I pick at my outfit, already feeling awkward in the dress I chose. It's beautiful and form-fitting, but is it a little much? I hope not. I'm getting a drink the minute I step through those doors. To no surprise, the place is packed when I come in. A lot of familiar and unfamiliar faces fill the room. I spot Damian's parents pretty quickly, keeping to themselves near the corner of the room. They speak only when spoken to, so it seems. Damien is easy to find, too. He's the only one bustling around the room, greeting everyone and making sure they're being treated well. Once his eyes land on me, the smile falls from his face. I can't decipher the look on his face, but it makes me wonder if he's up to something. As if he has some trick up his sleeve that no one is anticipating. I sure hope not. He takes a champagne flute and starts flicking at it with his finger, which makes a loud enough noise to attract the attention of mostly everyone in the room. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to the opening of my restaurant. It's great to see all your lovely faces as we celebrate this momentous occasion. I feel immense gratitude for each and every one of you. Thank you. A round of applause follows. I join in, keeping to the walls and away from him in general. This is his moment. I don't want to intrude. However, he then instructs everyone to grab a champagne flute as well. My eyes narrow. I would like to give a special thank you to one person in particular. Without her, I don't think I'd be standing here right now. What the hell? Why is he coming towards me? Olivia, he says, reaching out for my hand. His touch is gentle and soft against my skin. My throat is dry, so I don't have the words to object. As many of you may know, this is Olivia Matthews. She's my partner, and we've known each other for a long time. I smile awkwardly at the countless faces that we pass as we make our way to the center of the room. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have come. Recently, she has stuck by my side, even when I haven't deserved it. I'm very lucky to be the man she wants to be with, and I feel as if this is an appropriate occasion to ask her a question that's been on my mind for ages. A wave of gasps ripples through the building, and I realize too late what's happening. He gives someone his champagne flute and gets on his knee. He's looking up at me. What is he, Dash? Olivia, he says. I'm sorry I'm an idiot. It took too long for everything to become crystal clear, but I swear it is now. Will you marry me anyway? The lying to myself needs to stop. I've always wanted this. And even if this isn't the time or place I thought he'd pop the question, it sends a shiver down my spine to see him committed to our relationship. Yes, Damien, I whisper with a nod. I will.
Chapter 24. Damien. I breathe out a sigh of relief. She said yes. We are encapsulated by a loud wave of cheers and applause, but I can only focus on Olivia and her beautiful smile. She gives me a tight hug, pressing her nose into the crook of my neck. What the hell is wrong with you? No one else besides me can hear her over the noise. I can't help but laugh. What? What's wrong with being a bit ballsy? You're out of your mind. What would you have done if I said no? If I ran out of here, mortified? I had plans of going all in tonight. Go big or go home. None of this was going to matter to me if I didn't know by the end of the night whether you were going to stick with me forever or not. Are you happy now? Olivia pulls away, looking me in the eyes. You got your answer? Yup. But my work isn't finished. I've still got a few boxes to check off before I can call this a successful opening night. As I make my way through the crowd, I accept congratulations from friends, peers, investors, and the like. Their smiling faces make this all worth it. To have them here, celebrating with me, makes it hard to keep a smile off my face. It soon falters the moment I spot my parents, quietly enjoying their champagne flutes near a deserted corner of the restaurant. They're still keeping to themselves, muttering things underneath their hands. The lack of a smile on my mother's face makes it clear that they aren't too thrilled about my proposal. But it doesn't matter. Their happiness comes with the death of mine, and I'm sick of allowing them to do that to me. Hi. Glad you two could make it to the celebration. Mom forces a taut smile. You didn't make any indication that you were going to do that. No, that's what surprises are for, I reply, jutting my hands into my pockets and smiling. I couldn't risk this news slipping out to the public. It meant too much to me. My mother looks away and lifts up her nose slightly. Meanwhile, my dad steps forward and pats me on the back. Remember when I gave you that talk about hasty decisions, son? Sure I do. But there was nothing hasty about this. This was a long time coming. The smile falls from his face. Mine only grows. This is my life. And if I'm going to be honest with you guys, I don't care if this wasn't what you envisioned for me. That doesn't matter. We'll be here in Baltimore, and you can continue on in sunny California once everything is said and done. There won't be any issues. I leave them be for a moment, rejoining the festivities with the rest of the thrilled restaurant. Champagne flows freely from flutes to mouths, and I manage to find Olivia mingling with a few colleagues. Wrapping an arm around her waist, I introduce her to some important people in attendance. They're mostly investors and restaurant critics who are dying for some more insider information on the restaurant and my plans for success. She owns a very popular spot not too far from here. The food is to die for, and she runs the kitchen masterfully, I say, earning some amazed looks and approving nods from the people I speak to. Honestly, it's some of the best food around. I recommend checking it out sometime. Olivia pulls me away, tugging at my sleeve. Are you seriously drumming up interest for my restaurant at your opening? I shrug, not seeing the issue. We're in this together, are we not? What's yours is mine and vice versa. Sure, but... Olivia offers a small smile. This is supposed to be your day. The spotlight should be on you and your achievements. I don't need the limelight right now. I beg to differ, I reply, graciously brushing my hand along her hip. You look stunning and you're incredibly talented. I want everyone to see and know that. Oh, stop it! I catch her about to swat at my chest and instead bring her hand to my lips. We continue mingling with our guests, getting some laughs out of our attendees and ramping up the excitement for the restaurant's future. I have a lot of people counting on me to succeed. I can't let them down. Suddenly, I feel Olivia tense up beside me. I glance at her and follow her gaze, realizing that she's looking directly at my parents. They're still in the same spot as I left them, brooding and sipping on their champagne. It's a shock that they haven't stormed out yet. Would you like to talk to them? I ask. Is that a good idea right now? Olivia muses, raising a brow. The last time I saw them, it didn't go so well. I won't let them treat you like that. We don't have to head over if you don't want to. It's completely up to you. No. Her jaw clenches and she tightly links her arm with mine. It'll be a good idea to speak with them about this. They're probably surprised. That, along with a few other tense emotions. My mother straightens her back once she notices Olivia, and I approaching. My dad keeps one hand on his champagne, another in his pocket. He barely even glances our way once he realizes that we're coming over. Not even in a time of great happiness can they suck it up and pretend to be excited for me. At the very least, this is showing me their true colors. Mom, Dad, I say, keeping my hand on the small of Olivia's back. We just wanted to thank you two for coming and joining in the celebration. Olivia nods, cracking one of her knuckles. She tends to do that when she's nervous. It's good to see you again. Likewise, my mother replies bluntly. Congratulations on the engagement. I never thought Damian would settle down this quickly, but I guess we never truly realized how committed he was to you. My dad grins. Honey, when a man wants a woman, it's... You don't have to disclose the details, dear. I have an idea. My mother raises a hand, stopping my father from continuing on. It would have been nice to have known beforehand that this relationship was as serious as it was. Damien left us none the wiser. Well, this came as a surprise for me, too. I didn't think our relationship would develop this far, especially considering what happened the last time between us, Olivia says, sending me a glance. But I'm happy that things turned out this way. Ah, yes. The last time. My father swipes his tongue along his teeth. I must say, Damien was quite distraught when it happened. Dear, you don't have to talk about that, right? Hold on, my love. Let me finish. My dad cuts in. My mom's mouth falls ajar, and to recover, she takes a quick sip of champagne. I'm trying to be honest with our soon-to-be daughter-in-law. As I was saying, he didn't take it very well. A father knows when his son is troubled, and I could see it as clear as day on Damien. A small sigh leaves my lips. My dad is trying to be cordial. So is my mom. This has gone better than I expected. I didn't realize how committed he was to you in this relationship as a whole. Really, I thought this was one of those flimsy little flings you tend to have when you're young and reckless. When you think the world is at your fingertips and nothing can stop you. I suppose that's part of the reason why we had our reservations in the beginning. My mother hums but remains quiet. Her eyes are trained on the ground. I like to believe that you're still a reasonable man, Damien, my dad says. And that's because I was the one who raised you. If you had a few screws loose, I'd have no one but myself to blame. Thanks, Dad. What a strange way to frame a compliment, but I'm taking it. That means a lot. I hope we can move past what happened before. It's dead now. We can forget about it. My dad raises his champagne flute, clinks it with my mother's unenthusiastic hand, and sips. We can look to the future with optimism. Right, honey? Sure, my mother says, forcing a smile. Her eyes are bored, though. She's trying to keep herself amused. There's a lot of preparation ahead of you, Damien. Bachelor parties, engagement parties, wedding registries. Are you up for it? Of course I am. Look at me. I just opened my own restaurant. I gesture to the booming room around us, all the happy faces in our midst. Planning a wedding shouldn't be that hard. Olivia wrinkles her nose. I've heard otherwise from a lot of other people. We should consider a wedding coordinator at the least. I agree, my dad exclaims. Let someone else worry about the little details. Your mother wanted a grand wedding, and it was a mess of intricate details. I would have gone crazy if I was the one in charge of everything. My dear, if I left it up to you, we would have had our wedding in a barn with no food or alcohol to serve the guests. You see? My dad shrugs. It takes a special type of person to take that role on, and it's not me. I smile. Reaching down, I find Olivia's hand and link my fingers with hers. We're in this together. Sure, it'll be difficult to remember the way my family treated her in the beginning, but I hope we can move past that. My parents, as snobby as they are trying their best. As long as Olivia is by my side, we can take on the whole world. She sends me a smile, letting me know that she feels the same way.
Chapter 25. Olivia. Finally, the party winds down. I sit down on a stool at the bar, while Damien goes to check how it is going in the kitchen. He comes right back out. All set, he says. Don't you need to stay until they are finished cleaning up? I ask. They shooed me out of there. Said it was an important night, and I should be with my... He pauses. Fiancé. He's grinning, and I am too. He offers me his arm, and I hop off the stool to take it. We exit the restaurant, and he locks the door behind us. Then we stand there, not moving. He kisses me. It's slow and deep and wonderful. It's what I've been missing since we broke up, and I fled to Paris all those years ago. Where should we go? He asks me when we pull apart. My place is closer. I like the way you think. He takes my hand, and we start walking. He pinches my ring finger and lets go of my hand. So, about the ring, he says. I don't need a ring, I say quickly. It's true. I don't care about a big engagement ring. Plus, I can only imagine his mother's face every time she looks at it. You need a ring. I went looking for one. When? You were so busy with getting the restaurant ready. True, but that was important. I just couldn't find one? Not exactly, he says. You were afraid I would say no? He laughs and brings my hand to his mouth and kisses it. No, but one guy actually told me they'd give me a full refund if you did. I wanted to get you something unique, and I found something. But then I thought it might be too unique. What if you wanted something more traditional? I would love it because you picked it. You don't have to say that, he says. I haven't bought it yet. He stops suddenly and I keep going, resulting in him kind of jerking on my arm. Oh, sorry, he says. But look. I look. We are in front of a jewelry store. The windows are empty. There is a huge photo on an easel in the window. It's a picture of an engagement ring on a blue velvet background. It's stunning. They wouldn't leave the ring in the window overnight. The guy asked if I was nuts, but I had them do up this poster. Damien, I say. I love it. I kiss him, and then he holds me while we stare at the ring. Poster. The band is so elaborate it reminds me of Paris, I say suddenly. What's that? The band. It's like the wrought iron you see in Paris. So detailed. Well, it's not wrought iron, it's platinum. Want me to see if they can change it? It's my turn to laugh. We can pick it up tomorrow if you like it, he says. I love it. Can we go home now? I thought you'd never ask. We pick up the pace and make it to my apartment in record time. Once the door shuts behind us, I throw myself at him. Now that we are alone, I don't want to wait anymore. I want him now. Oh, Olivia, he says, cupping my face in his hands. His tongue touches my lips, which I part to accept him. As he explores my mouth thoroughly, I let out a moan. In one swift motion, he picks me up, then carries me to the bedroom. He lays me carefully on the bed and pulls off my shoes, slowly, one at a time. Then he kicks off his own. I scoot over on the bed to make room for him, and he lays down beside me. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at Vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 26. Damien. So much has happened in the span of a year. Olivia's restaurant is flourishing under her guidance and experience. A few months after the opening of my restaurant, I was finally able to achieve the success that I envisioned for it. As a result, Olivia and I linked our restaurants and started planning for the future opening of our third one. That day has arrived, finally. With Olivia's help, the restaurant's menu was developed to reflect a refined French cuisine, which are dishes that she loves to work with. She also took charge of the restaurant's interior design, creating an elegant and modern feel within the walls of the building. As I watch her greet everyone and thank them for arriving at the opening of our third restaurant, my chest swells with pride. I love her. We'll be serving samples of our cuisine to everyone in attendance. Allow the waiters to bring the trays out to you, Olivia says into the microphone, gesturing to the finely dressed men and women emerging from the kitchen in tandem. Please enjoy everything we have to offer. And thank you for supporting Damien and I in our life mission to provide the city with the best cuisine possible. Once the drinks start flowing, that's when the true celebrations begin. A live jazz band plays for the guests' entertainment. The aroma of French delicacies fills the establishment. I have to admit, it took me some time to get used to the food. Now that I have, I can't remember a life where I've lived without it. And much to our surprise, Olivia's parents managed to arrive for the grand opening of our restaurant, as have my parents. My eyes nearly shot out of my skull to see our parents mingling with one another. Olivia's dad made my mom laugh. If someone told me hell was freezing over, I'd believe them in a heartbeat. "Olivia," I whisper, pulling at her wrist and bringing her close. "Do you see that?" She laughed softly. "What can I say? My dad's a charmer." "Yeah, but he's getting on my mom's good side. Do you realize how huge that is?" Taking me by the hand, she lures me away from the site and back into the crowd, where we greet our patrons and rave about our new restaurant's menu. Of course, all of the credit can go to Olivia for that. She's the mastermind behind that, as well as the chef who has coached her trainees how to perfect each dish in preparation for the big night. There's another celebration that underlies this one, our wedding. Time has passed in the blink of an eye. Just like that, we're getting ready for the ceremony happening next week. I start shivering with excitement each time I think about making Olivia my wife. This is what I dreamed about. This is what I wanted since I met and fell in love with her. She's mine. And we're about to make that official in front of the eyes of our friends, family, and the universe itself. "Don't you want to say hi to your parents?" Olivia asks softly, guiding me towards them. They look like they're having a good time. "Thanks to your dad," I say. "I owe him one." We join in on the conversation. Olivia is tightly embraced by her parents, while I'm clapped on the shoulder by my father. My mother smiles earnestly as she enjoys her drink, but she takes a moment to focus on Olivia. "Was that you who championed the escargot dish, Olivia?" My mother perks a brow. I know her when she gets like this. She's impressed. "It's been a long time since I visited France. But my God, that dish transported me back to the streets of Paris." "Why don't we send them there for their honeymoon, dear?" My eyes bulge at my father, as does Olivia's dad. He does a double take, pointing between his daughter and myself. "You can send them there. How much would that cost?" "Don't worry about it," my mother replies. "Think of it as our late wedding gift. Considering Olivia's family have paid for most of the wedding, it's only right that we contribute as well. Would that be all right with you two? Or did you have other plans?" "No, ma'am." Olivia smiles wide, clasping her hands together. "That would be amazing. I've been dying to go back to Paris. It should be a good way to introduce her to some of the wineries there, eh, Damien?" My father raises his eyebrows. "That reminds me. Why don't we supply the wedding with bottles of our own creation?" "Ha! Olivia, Damien's dad was just telling me about how they make wine. Isn't that cool?" He wraps an arm around his daughter. Olivia grimaces slightly, but smiles all the same. Her dad has never truly stopped treating her like his little girl, but who could blame him? He's a loving father. They've got their own places where they make wine and age them. I bet folks pay a lot of money to get a sip of what you've made, huh? Olivia's father nudges his wife. She looks a lot like Olivia, though older and more mature. She nods along with her husband's words. "I love a good red myself." "Well, why don't we give you a taste on what you've been missing out on?" My mother looks at me. "What do you say? It's your father's idea. You'll break his heart if you say no." "I've never been one to disappoint," I say, which earns a laugh from the group. Olivia reaches out, taking my hand in mine. As long as Olivia is okay with it, then it's fine by me. Of course I'm all right with it. That sounds like a great idea. Perfect. My dad reaches for his phone. "I'll make the calls and get that set up. Don't you worry about a thing." Olivia's dad leans over to him. "Do you think you can sneak me a bottle before the big day?" Olivia and I slip away from the conversation to take another lap through the crowd. At this point, people are drunk with happiness and good champagne, so there's a jovial mood to the ambience that can bring up anyone's mood. My ears ring with glasses clinking and people laughing. I think it's about time Olivia and I have some time to ourselves, so I lead her out to the back patio where the evening skies are splotching the heavens with purples and pinks. Wrapping my arms around her, I rest my chin on her shoulder. "Isn't this great?" I ask, placing a soft kiss into her dark brown skin. So soft, so beautiful. Everyone is happy. Our parents are getting along. We've just opened our 3rd restaurant. I know. She turns around, resting her hands on my shoulder. I never thought I'd make it this far, you know. I thought my career reached a plateau the moment I opened my first. Honestly, that made me feel on top of the world, but this is so much better. Because you have me this time, huh? I joke, earning a soft kiss on my cheek as she pulls me in close. I'm glad you've kept me around. I can't wait to start calling you Mrs. St. Clair next week. God, I can't believe it's already next week, she whispers. Then she gnaws on her bottom lip. I'm a bit worried. Why, getting cold feet already? Olivia smiles. I just want everything to go well. I've been to bad weddings before. I would hate to have everyone fly out for our wedding just to have it go horribly wrong. Why do you think it's going to go badly? Because I'm a chronic overthinker, dear. You know this. The only way our wedding can go bad is if you leave me at the altar or something. And you wouldn't do that to me, right? I poke at her sides. Because that would be mean. Real mean. I'm not planning on it, no. You? But I shush her and bring her in for another hug. I pepper her cheeks with kisses and relish in her sweet cinnamon scent. She sighs into my chest before wrapping her arms around me. Don't worry about that. Focus on the present. Focus on the beauty of our new restaurant and the joy on everyone's face once they taste your cooking, I say, rubbing circles into her back. One bite of your food and the next thing you know, you're standing in front of heaven's gates. Oh, come on! Olivia pushes against my chest, laughing gently as I grip her wrists. You're like my dad, you know? Always going for the dramatic flair with your compliments. I mean what I say. You're the best chef around, and I'm not afraid to say that with my chest. And one day, when we have kids of our own, you'll teach them all the tricks you know. They'll be master chefs, too. That would be so nice, she says, voice hardly above a whisper, as her eyes trail down to my lips. Kids of our own. All 7. 7! Olivia scoffs. Are you trying to make a soccer team or something? It's always been a dream of mine. How'd you know? I love making her laugh. It's one of the reasons why I wake up in the morning. Olivia is the reason why I've gone on for so long. Even when I lost her and thought that she'd hate me for the rest of our lives, I still got myself out of bed each day, clinging onto the slim possibility that she would take me back. If only I could go back in time and tell the old me that we did it. We accomplished something that we never thought would be possible. That we won our Olivia back.
Chapter 27. Olivia. You look beautiful, my mother says, adjusting my hair and trailing her hands across my bare shoulders. Damien is a lucky man. I'm lucky too. Oh, honey. You went through so much because of him. It's a wonderful thing that you were able to grow past that and forgive him. It shows just how much you love him. I have always loved Damien, even during the times when I shouldn't have. The first time we broke up, I convinced myself that I was weak for never being able to surpass these emotions. They were too strong for me to ignore, too passionate. Now, look at us, getting ready for our wedding in front of our friends and family. A knock comes at my front door, and my mother races to answer. As she opens the door, Jenna pokes her head in. She's holding a small black box with a white ribbon neatly tied across the top, smiling from ear to ear. Hey there, she greets, accepting a hug from my mother and making her way towards me. God, you look stunning. What's that in your hands? I ask, motioning towards the box. I'm careful not to get too crazy with my head movements. The elaborate headpiece my mother just sewed in took far too long to insert. Just a little gift from the groom, Jenna replies, handing over the box. He wanted me to give it to you before heading off to the venue. A gift? Taking the box from her, I gently remove the ribbon and remove the covering. It's a perfume, accompanied by a small note. It's Damian's handwriting. Please wear this for the wedding. I found it while I was out and about, and it reminded me of you on a summer day years ago. You were wearing a cute sundress, and everything I said made you smile that day. Curiosity taking hold of me, I spritz the perfume on my wrist and take a quick sniff. Immediately, I'm struck by the memories of the day in question. He took me out on a date when we were young and illusioned and so full of life. "Ooh, smells like cinnamon," my mother says. "Damien has great tastes." "Coming from a background like his, he better," Jenna quips. Still getting ready? What's left to do? Getting her shoes on and finishing the last brushes of makeup. Now, I'm not a professional, but you did a fantastic job, Mom. I interject, sending her a sincere smile. She's a simple woman, my mother. She's never been one to subject herself to extravagance. I love it. I think it's wonderful. My mom and Jenna help me with the finishing touches. With each passing moment, I'm filled with even more anxiety than before. My fingers keep shaking. I don't bite my lip, since lip gloss doesn't taste very good. But I keep rubbing them together whenever I find myself lost in a train of thought. Yet all my worries go out the window when we arrive at the venue. It's a church, with beautiful mosaics along the inner walls and a long aisle that leads to my future husband. The ceremony itself passes in a blur. My father walks me down the aisle, passing me off to a smiling Damian who can't seem to keep that grin off his face. In my peripheral vision, the wedding photographer we hired snaps photos of every step of the process. My family is in attendance, smiling and recording videos of their own. Damian's parents are near the front, and I can actually see his mother start to tear up as the ceremony goes on. "Feeling okay?" Damian asks me in a whisper halfway through the ceremony. I smile nervously, offering a brief nod. "You look beautiful." Gazing at him as the priest continues with the ceremony, it hits me that this beautiful man, the one that I dreamed of, is about to be my husband. I'm going to be his wife. Ask the version of me 11 years ago if I ever believed this moment would happen. I would have been more likely to believe that the planet split open and a group of aliens emerged from the inner core, but never this. And now, the priest says, eyes flickering between Damien and I pronounce you man and wife. The church erupts into cheers as Damien links his hand with mine. As he kisses me, nothing else matters. Not the noise, not the luxury, not the watching eyes that follow our every move. All that matters is that he's here with me, as my husband for the rest of our lives. The reception is held in a banquet hall, not too far from the church itself. Floral arrangements and hanging lights decorate the interior, but I'm immediately drawn to the food table that lines one of the walls. Damien and I decided to use our own restaurants as the source of catering, allowing our chefs to prepare and serve the appetizers and main courses. My heart is bursting with joy to see the chefs that I once trained in my own kitchen, long ago, bustling around as they prepared to serve a large wedding party. They've come a long way. The wedding cake stands tall and proud at the center of the room, decorated with light blue flowers that I picked out myself. Damien was the one who chose the flavors, insisting on a caramel flavor. I kept telling him not to be such a bridezilla about it, but he really wanted this cake. So here it is. Hello? Hello, everyone. Damien's father waves a hand, attracting the attention of the crowd as everyone finds their assigned seats. Thank you all for attending. It brings my wife and I so much joy to see my son and our daughter-in-law this happy. A murmur of agreement passes through the crowd. Now we would like to spread that happiness to everyone else. Damien's father makes a hand gesture, which prompts the waiters to begin dispersing throughout the room, each carrying a bottle of the Saint, Claire family's finest red wine. Instead of the usual champagne, I know, hold your groans. My wife and I decided to provide our own red wine for the toast. Across the banquet hall, wine glasses are filled halfway with the deep red liquid. I suck in an excited breath, watching my own glass get filled. I don't think I've tried this one before. Apparently, Damien's parents were saving the best bottles for a night like this, and they have a lot to spare. Looks like the guests and I have a lot of work to do tonight. A toast to the married couple. May their years be filled with splendor, happiness, and laughter for a very long time to come, and hopefully a lot of grandchildren. Laughter and a few claps are evoked from Andrew's toast. In tandem, we raise our glasses to our lips and take a sip. I see my dad out of the corner of my eye, chugging down the glass and flagging down the nearest waiter for some more. He's not the only one doing that. Soon enough, I'm asking for some more too. Food is served, plates are devoured, and the night is filled with so much fun. The dancing is great too. Damian and I opted for a first dance, but the song ends with the DJ inviting all the couples to the dance floor to complete the dance with us. Truth be told, I'm a bit tipsy from the wine, but Damian holds on to me tightly and helps make sure that I don't make a fool out of myself. Nobody wants to see the bride tripping and falling over on her wedding day. "How are you feeling, Mrs. St. Clair?" Damian asks quietly as the DJ plays a slower song, which allows us to sway gently to the music alongside the rest of the couples on the dance floor. "Extremely well, Mr. St. Clair. I'm very happy and warm, but mostly happy." "You drank a bit too much of my parents' wine, huh?" Damian grins, trailing his hands along my hips. I close my eyes, already anticipating the night that awaits us once we get out of this banquet hall. The wine dulls my senses enough to make me forget that everyone within these four walls knows what's going to happen later tonight. Normally, I'd be embarrassed, mortified even. Right now, all I feel is contentment. "It's good wine. I can't blame you," Damien continues. My eyes flutter open, staring up at him. "I can get you as many bottles of that wine as you want. Just give me the word." No, I don't want that right now. I just want you to be with me," I say, bringing him close and resting my head against his shoulder. "That's all I want. I'm never going to leave you, Olivia. I love you so much." His grip tightens on my waist. "You mean everything to me. And now that you're my wife, I'm never going to let you forget it." "Yeah," I whisper. He makes me feel safe. I like that. Thank you. "God, I can hear the wine in your voice, Olivia. Why don't we sit down?" "No, I want to dance." He obeys my command, leading the way as we sway to the tempo of this music. After enough spins, I start to get dizzy. All the wine and food in my body begins to weigh me down. "What if we were to go to the hotel already?" I blurt out. "So soon?" Damian's eyes widen, but there's a mischievous glimmer to them that makes me smile even wider. "I mean, I'm not complaining, but the bride and groom don't usually leave so quickly. But I want you." I see Damien swallow hard. Then he nods quickly. I have an idea for how the rest of our night will go, and I'm not going to rest until I see it through. Completely.
Chapter 28, Damien. The easygoing Paris ambience excites me tenfold, seeing that I have Olivia by my side to enjoy it with. We sit at a small cafe, nestled along the intersection of two busy streets. Bikers pass us by. Some tourists snap photos of the architecture, while others hang onto their hats as a strong breeze wafts by. In front of me, Olivia sips on a café au lait and picks at her croissant. She dips a small piece of the pastry into her drink before sending me a glance. "The first time I came here, I regretted not being with you. It haunted me for a while." I raise a brow. "Why did you regret it? Sounds like you were living the dream. Young, single, in a romantic country like this. You could have easily found another man to start fresh with." "Yeah, but I didn't want to. That wasn't on my mind at all. I was stuck on you. I wanted to experience Paris for the first time with you. I didn't even enjoy the first few days here. I would stay inside and cry because I missed you so much, and I wished things were different." Leaning over, I take Olivia's hand in mine. I squeeze gently. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. That's all in the past," she replies, squeezing back. "Things are different now, I know that." Well then. I relax into my chair, relishing in the soft wind that passes under my loose shirt. It kisses my skin and rustles my hair. Since you're the Paris expert, I expect a thorough tour of the city by the time we're done here. Do I get some sort of payment for that? Olivia asks, a mischievous glint to her eyes. I don't work for free. You can have whatever you want as long as you're with me. True to her word, Olivia takes my hand and drags me around the city. She points out different buildings to me, disclosing her memories with each one. On one street, we find the bakery that she visited during her first week in Paris, many years ago. Her French wasn't up to par during that time, so she had trouble ordering a baguette and managed to get 3 instead. She didn't need 3, according to her, but she was too embarrassed to keep that conversation going. On another street, she points out where an old friend of hers used to live, a friend from culinary school. Her name was Camille, and she was from the countryside, so living in Paris was certainly a change of pace. According to Olivia, Camille had a neighbor who lived to be 102. She often brought treats for said neighbor whenever her paycheck allowed for it. Finally, she brings me to one of her favorite restaurants near the center of the city. We can see the Eiffel Tower in the distance, towering over the buildings and roads that separate us from the structure. French onion soup was my comfort food back then, Olivia explains over a glass of wine. Thanks to me, she indulges in wine drinking much more than before. I had it maybe 3 or 4 times a week, and a lot of cheese. They love cheese here. Really? Sometimes it's served before and after a meal, treated like a dessert. Just then, Olivia straightens up in her seat. If we ever open a 4th restaurant, it should be like this place. Gazing at our surroundings, I can see where she's coming from. Elegant waiters, a dark red interior, and candles at the center of tables. Dark mahogany counters and large floral arrangements that catch the eyes. It's an enticing idea. We already serve some French food in our other restaurant, though, I point out. Yes, but it's not a dedicated French menu. I kind of want to stick to one theme this time around. If we ever do it, that's just what I'm thinking. Sheesh, babe, I reply, rubbing my chin. Are you trying to become a fancy restaurant mogul before you turn 40? Olivia shrugs. Doesn't hurt to have a few dreams, no matter how ambitious they are. 3 restaurants at our age is already impressive enough. Why not continue pushing the limits? Our evening is paired with a delicious selection of ratatouille and French onion soup, along with a few glasses of wine that leaves Olivia a bit dazed. She speaks French with a waiter, and I nod along, having no idea what they're talking about, but showing support for my wife regardless. We should get some crepes after this. What do you think? Olivia asks, trailing her fingertip along the rim of her glass. It's so fun being in Paris. I can eat and drink and not have a worry in the world. I have a better idea, I reply, leaning my chin on my hand as my eyes trail her pretty features. Why don't we head to some of the vineyards by train? We don't get to use a train very often back in the States, so I'm trying to take full advantage of this opportunity. That sounds so fun. Today? Tonight? Oh no, I feel too full. How long is the train ride? You're so silly. I don't think you're in the right state to go to a vineyard right now. I nod towards the wine bottle that she drained mostly by herself. If we go, you're going to end up gorging yourself. Fine, whatever. Olivia laughs, waving me off. It's a good idea, though. I'd love to. Tomorrow, then. For now, let's keep exploring the city, yeah? I have a few more places I want to show you. I'm up for it. There's no place I'd rather be than right here with her. As we wander around Paris while the sun makes its descent on the horizon, I think about how this should have been us a decade ago. This has been a long time coming. However, things happen for a reason. What are the odds that Olivia would have never gone to culinary school if we didn't break up? She would have never gotten to experience these amazing things. And while it hurts to think she enjoyed a lot of good times without me, I don't beat myself up over it. All of our decisions have led us to where we are now. And that's a wonderful thing. You know what my favorite part about France is? No, scratch that, she says, shaking her head. My favorite part about Europe as a whole. Less dependency on cars. Yeah, it's really nice. We should rent some bikes too. I mean, just look at the streets. People are walking with their families, hanging out and having a great time together. I get tired of having to drive everywhere back in America. And the roads are so huge compared to here. Olivia widened the space between her hands for emphasis. The size of a street in America is the size of their highway. Cars still have their perks. People have places to be, and we can't walk to them. It's not practical. Yeah, it's sad. Someone should do something about that. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. Why don't you run to be a politician and make that a part of your platform? Politics. Damien, there's a reason why I chose this life in the first place. I'm not interested in schmoozing and sucking up to people. I want to make food that'll enrich people's lives and bring smiles on their faces. You're right, I say, pressing a kiss into her temple. This life suits you so much more, it suits me too. That night, we return exhausted to our hotel room. Olivia plops onto the bed and snores the night away. The sight of her makes my heart flutter. I cover her body with a blanket and spend some time on the balcony overlooking the city, trying to read a French book and enjoying a small glass of wine. Emphasis on trying. I read some words out to myself and realize that I'm butchering this beautiful language too brutally. It sounds so much better and fancier when coming out of Olivia's mouth. I'll have to hear more of her French later. The next morning, we enjoy a nice breakfast of buttered toast, croissants, and coffee. Then we get ready to head to the vineyards, just as I promised her. A train ride through the French countryside is exactly what I envisioned for our honeymoon. Olivia has on a cute white dress, and she's wearing the cinnamon-scented perfume that I gifted her for our wedding day. I'm dressed casually, perfect for a relaxing day out in the country. The moment we get on the train, Olivia's eyes are glued to the passing scenery. Greens and blues encapsulate our trip. She hardly pays attention to me, but that's fine. I like seeing her like this, so pensive and thoughtful. We should live in a place like this one day, she whispers, lifting her chin off her hand. It would be great for raising kids. Don't you think so? My soul comes alive at the thought of having multiple children with Olivia. I can already see their bright eyes and infectious smiles as they run circles around us, dragging us to and fro. With a mother like her, they're bound to have adventurous palates, even at a young age. The thought makes me chuckle. I agree. Our babies will be asking for charcuterie boards at snack time instead of the usual cookies and milk. That'd be hilarious. Can you imagine? A 2-year-old wanting to eat fancy meats and cheeses? The train ride passes quickly thanks to our lively conversations. When we arrive at the vineyard and start trying some of the wines, I'm still in awe of the fact that this is my life. Olivia is my rock, my flower, and my world. I'm very glad that my heart chose to love her forever.
Chapter 29. Olivia. You go down this road and turn here at the church, the inn owner says, pointing to the map. It's our last full day and night in France. Tomorrow we have to fly home. Seeing the countryside from the train and biking around the small villages has been so much fun, not to mention all the wine. You ready? Damian asks, and I nod. The day is beautiful, and we are full from our breakfast. I have more than enough energy for a nice long bike ride. You're quiet, Damien says after we leave the village. Franc for your thought? I laugh. Don't you mean euro? How about just a penny? You thinking about another restaurant again? Not really, I say. I mean, that would be exciting, but I kind of like just biking around France and trying different wines. Maybe we should have another business. Bike tours of vineyards. Damien groans. Can we conquer one industry at a time, please? I'm just kidding. What? So happy. He turns and winks at me, but quickly puts his eyes back on the road. Me too, he says. There is the church, I say. It's beautiful. We park our bikes and take a few pictures. A man comes out of the church and offers to take a picture of us. "You Americans know?" he says with a thick French accent as he hands Damien back his phone. We admit to it, and he seems very excited. "I am Pierre. You bike? You come to my orchard?" Pierre grabs his bike, which is attached to a trailer. "Come," he says. I look at Damien and he shrugs. Pierre leads the way. Damien and I quickly fall behind, which is astonishing considering the load Pierre is pulling. He turns down a dirt road. We stop and look at the sign. "Peaches," I read. That means peaches. "No kidding," Damien says. "Look." The dirt road is lined with peach trees. Are we sure he's not a psycho killer? Our safe word will be Cabernet. If either of us gets a funny feeling, we'll leave, Damien says. But I think he's okay. You know how much people love talking about their grapes. He must feel the same about his peaches. We bike down the driveway. There is a tiny house with an old truck parked outside and a large barn. Pierre comes out of the barn, carrying a tray with a bottle of wine and some glasses. "You were right," I whisper to Damien. "He must have grapes too." "Come," Pierre says, leading us to a rickety picnic table. "You make your own wine?" Damien asks. "Is not wine. Wine is only from the grape. This melomel, fruit, honey, yeast, fruit and honey from orchard. Very good. You try, you see." "Is it made like wine?" I ask, carefully sitting down. I make a mental note not to slide on the seat. A splinter seems highly likely. "Yes, like making wine. I make with peshes." "My family makes wine," Damien says, "but I'd love to try this." "Ah, yes," Pierre says. "My family is in the wine also. But see, I am youngest. 4 older brothers. I am what you call surprise. So vineyards go to brothers. I get orchard. I do not get to make wine. But then I find that I can make melomel. You try." He is already uncorking the bottle. "I would love to try it," I say, and Damien agrees. It's sweet. The peach and honey blend smoothly. It tastes like summer. It lacks the complexity of some of the wines we've tasted, but it's an absolute delight. "Pierre," I say, "this is delicious. I can see serving it with a crème brûlée for dessert. The peach and the cream." Pierre beams. "Your family must be proud," Damien says, and Pierre's face falls. "No," he says, "is not real wine, is not how you say acceptable." Damien and I exchange a look. "Maybe in time they will accept it," I say. "Till then, they don't know what they are missing." Pierre's smile returns. "Olivia," Damien says slowly, "are you thinking what I am thinking?" "What?" I say. "You don't mean Cabernet?" "No," he says. "I think we should maybe see if we can work out a deal to import some of this for our restaurants." We finish the bottle and exchange information with Pierre. It's obvious he is thrilled, and I can't help but hope that maybe our new business arrangement will improve his status in his family. He excuses himself, saying he has to finish his deliveries, but that we should look around the orchard, take pictures, and eat peaches. As he begins loading his trailer with full boxes, Damien and I walk off hand in hand into the trees. "Stop," I say. "Smell." We sniff deeply. The air is positively heady with the smell of ripe peaches all around us. Damien reaches up and plucks one from the tree. It's the size of a softball. He holds it out to me and I take a bite. "Oh my God," I say. "You have to try it." He takes a bite and agrees. There is something magical about being a chef, about combining ingredients to make something wonderful. But something this simple and delicious. It's absolute perfection. "You've got some juice on your chin," he says. I go to wipe it off, but he grabs my hand and pulls it away, He licks the spot and then moves up to my mouth. I kiss him, and it's Damien and the peach mixed together. I push my body up against his. Here, he says against my mouth. Yes, I say. We go deeper into the orchard. I stop and face him. Here, I say. I take my clothes off slowly. Every breeze brings more of the heavenly scent to me and tickles my naked skin. When I'm fully naked, I look right into his eyes. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at Vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. I collapse against the tree, and he collapses on me. The bark on my front, his bare chest and pants, he didn't manage to get them off, is all I feel. I just want to stay here with him, in this peach-infused orchard of all manner of delights, forever. I moan when he pulls out of me and he apologizes. There's nothing to be sorry for, I say, turning around to face him. Oh, I have no regrets, he says, grinning. Although, what? If we do end up serving Pierre's wine, Melamel. Right. If I end up serving it in the restaurant, I'm never going to be able to look at a bottle of it without remembering when I had you in this peach orchard. I don't think that's a problem, I say. No. How much time do you think we have before Pierre comes back? Let's make some more things to remember. How many? I kiss him. Many.
Chapter 30. Damien. 5 years ago, when we were traveling around Paris on our honeymoon, Olivia talked about the possibility of opening a 4th restaurant. At the time, I didn't think it was possible. I thought we reached the highest we could go, but I failed to realize at the time that my wife has a go-getter spirit that no one can hold down. Not even me. We opened that restaurant. Not only that, but we had 2 kids of our own. A boy and a girl, Theodore and Cynthia, who are both helping me make a pancake breakfast for Mom, who is sleeping in today. Teddy, can you pass me the egg? Careful with it, bud. If you squeeze it too hard, it might crack. It's supposed to, Teddy replies in a matter-of-fact tone that mimics his mother's. Mommy cracks her eggs all the time. Yes, into the bowl, like this. Daddy, can we add strawberries and blueberries? Cynthia stands on her toes, gripping on the edge of the counter. She likes both. Maybe we should add one or the other, but not both. Which one do you prefer? Strawberries, Teddy says. Blueberries, Cynthia counters. Her little hand reaches for the small bowl of blueberries that I placed on the counter. Mommy and I eat them together. Tell you what, I say, wiping my hands on the nearest rag. Then I grab the whisk and start making the pancake batter. Why don't we add in the strawberries, but we eat the blueberries separately? Then we can have both at the same time. Does that sound good? Thankfully, Teddy and Cynthia nod their heads and agree. While I cook the pancakes, I serve them handfuls of blueberries to keep them occupied. I start on the eggs and bacon, but in my rush I forget to add some of the stuff Olivia puts into the eggs. Green onions, cheese, stuff like that. Oh well. Compared to her, I'm still a rookie in the kitchen. I turn around and see Teddy covered in mashed blueberries while Cynthia licks the purple liquid off her hands. Wrinkling my nose, I manage to clean the pair up before plating the food. Wouldn't want to soil our bedsheets on our 5-year anniversary. Olivia would have my head for that. Ready? I ask them in a quiet voice as we make our way to the bedroom. Don't make too much noise. Mommy is sleeping. Teddy nods. He holds Cynthia's hand. Can we eat with Mommy? I already have some special plates for you two on the dinner table, so we won't be able to do that today, bud. But for helping me out, you two can pick what juice you want today. Orange, apple, or cranberry. Apple! Cynthia balls a fist and lifts it up in the air. Apple! Apple! Apple it is! I reply, pushing our bedroom door open. Olivia sleeps on her stomach, face mushed against the pillow. Teddy hurries over, taking her forearm and gently moving it. "Mommy, Mommy! Happy anniversary!" A mumble escapes Olivia's mouth as she slowly lifts her head from the pillow. Then she smiles once Teddy and Cynthia appear at her side. "Oh my gosh!" Olivia says, groggy and raspy. "I slept in! Why did you—" "I wanted to make you something special, and the kids helped. Teddy passed me the eggs while Cynthia poured a cup of milk for me." "Thank you so much," Olivia exclaims, grabbing the two giggling kids and hugging them at the same time. "You two are great chefs, you know that?" "Hey, what about me?" I joke, presenting her with a plate of pancakes, bacon and eggs. "Do I get a compliment?" You're all right, I guess." Olivia smiles wide. I lean over to kiss her while the kids climb up on the foot of the bed, jumping around and playing with the pillow. "Thank you for this. I really appreciate it. It's the least I can do. You're the one who prepares the food around here. It was about time I got my hands dirty." "Yeah, no fire started," she quips. She always likes to hit me with that. Burned the dinner one time, and now you're the butt of jokes forever. "This is delicious, honey. Thank you." "My pleasure." For our anniversary, we managed to get the day off today. Lounging around, watching TV, and playing with the kids is fun and all, but we decide as the morning winds down that we want to spend some time outside. So Olivia puts on her apron, takes out her chopping board, and removes one of the sharper knives from the knife block. Then she prepares meticulous peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for all of us. Toasted, of course. I watch her from the sides, leaning on a wall with my arms crossed. She looks funny. A world-class chef being so diligent about some peanut butter and jelly. "Need some help?" I ask. "Nope. I'm fine over here." She begins cutting up some fresh strawberries for the kids. "You keep looking at me weird. What am I doing?" "With the setup you have going on, I would think you're making some filet mignon, not peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I value quality in all of my dishes, thank you very much." Pushing off the wall, I help her pack all the sandwiches and fruit bags into our basket. In the background, I keep an eye on Teddy and Cynthia, who are running around the living room. Teddy manages to make a paper airplane, and he's guiding it through the air while his little sister follows him around. Those two are inseparable. I couldn't ask for a better pair of kids. Olivia holds onto Teddy and Cynthia's hands while I carry the basket. There's a modest park a few blocks away from our home, so we opt to walk through the neighborhood together. Cynthia brings along one of her toys while Teddy is excited to see the sand pit. Sandcastles are kind of his forte. With a crystal blue sky and fluffy white clouds above us, I'm grateful that the day of our 5-year anniversary is beautiful. We find a sweet little spot underneath a large oak tree, close enough to the play structures but far enough from other families to get some privacy. Olivia and I set up the blanket and picnic stuff, including the napkins and small metal cups for ice water and juice. Teddy asks for a cup of water before chugging it and running off for the sand pit. Cynthia, the loyal little sister she is, runs after her brother to play, clutching tight to her toy as she goes. "Don't you think it's crazy that they're going to be adults one day?" Olivia muses as she unwraps a sandwich for herself. "Time flies by so quickly when you're a parent." "Yeah, I like having cute little kids running around. They do whatever you tell them to as long as you're nice about it. I think we lucked out in that regard. Teddy is a good boy, so that motivates Cynthia to behave most of the time too." Olivia passes me a small bag of cotton candy grapes that I accept gratefully. I don't want them to grow old. I want them to stay like this. My parents used to say the same thing, especially my mom. You were a cute kid, so I can't blame her. Covering her mouth as she chews, Olivia watches the kids in the distance. What time is our date tonight? Reservation is at 6 o'clock. We have more than enough time to get ready. I owe Jenna a bottle of Prosecco for this. Rosé Prosecco is her favorite. Her boyfriend bought her a bottle once, and she's been hooked ever since. Got it. I'll make sure she gets a bottle or 3. Scooting closer to her, I rest my hand on hers while we watch our kids play in the sandpit together. Teddy builds a small mound for Cynthia to place her toy on top of. Then the duo decides that they're too hungry to play and run back to us for some food. "Thanks, Mommy." "Thanks, Daddy," Teddy says as Olivia hands him the sandwich. Cynthia does the same and plops down across from me. The kids eat and tell us about their adventures of Cynthia's toy, Dennis the Ducky, during his time in the sandpit. Teddy gets animated whenever he tells one of his stories, always jumping around and waving his hands to get his point across. Whenever he does that, Olivia nudges me and reminds me that I do the same thing. "All right, kids, it's time to go home. Do we have all of our stuff?" Olivia asks. "Dennis is here, right?" "Yes, Mommy," Cynthia replies gently, clinging onto her toy while she takes her hand. Teddy sticks with me since he likes the way I swing him around in my arms while he laughs his head off. The walk back to our home is short and sweet. Jenna sends us a text saying that she will be at our house in an hour or so. That gives Olivia and I more than enough time to entertain the kids and get ready for our date. I reserved something special for the both of us. The restaurant we went to in our first year of dating, where Olivia was too nervous to look me in the eyes, and I couldn't stop looking at her. She was just as beautiful then as she is now. As I stare at myself in the mirror, adjusting my sleeves and making sure my collar is straight, I feel proud of where Olivia and I have gotten. Everything I have right now, from the house to the kids to the restaurants, I owe it all to her. She pushes me to be a better version of myself every day. This is only the beginning for us. We have many years of happiness ahead, and I can't wait to spend them all with her.